no laying down, man, we bout to have late fun. I'm about to make the balls stick up like space buns. Watch your dick soak, place it down my throat. Tongue tickle your dick, but not telling a joke. Pedal in this pussy, that's how you rock the boat. And get live in this pussy, I'm not talking periscope. In the sheets, I am a bully. Get more hit than the hoodie. Every time you make me come, it look just like vanilla pussy. Sit on your face all day until you say yeah, hurry. Then I turn around and get it, more kisses than Hershey's. Your dick break hard like a metal. I got 3 holes for it like a pretzel. Tight as a virgin, boy, don't get nervous. I'm here to serve you customer service. I say dick by giving it CPR. I say dick by giving it CPR. Put my mouth on it like CPR. Let's make porn and watch it on VCR. I think we should fuck up in every zip code. It will make my pussy wetter than a fishbowl. Pussy a kitty cat, I pet it like a pet. Fuck doggy style so much I need to go to the vet. Hot box more like a scorcher pussy. Open this coochie up like a fortune cookie. Open that in my mouth, watch my tongue go ink. Your dick getting more blows than the birthday cake. When I'm near it, no I don't fear it. Licking on that penis like a letter when I seal it. Today way wetter than my past life. And if you wanna quit, I can give you an ass job. Pussy already wet, don't need no lube ointment. Dick twisting in my stomach like food poison. That's how you know when you hit the spot. I'm making pants unzip more than zip lock. Anything goes when you up in my hole. Dirty pennies from the sex, yeah, I got me some loads. Listen, I'm the most explicit. Long stick inside my river, but we not going fishing. Your dick break hard like a metal. Got 3 holes for it like a pretzel. Tight as a virgin, boy, don't get nervous. I'm here to serve you customer service. I say dick by giving it CPR. I say dick by giving it CPR. Put my mouth on it like CPR. Let's make porn and watch it on VCR.
Take a drag, I take a sip. I want your lips, you don't kiss. You know I got designer taste, and your design's too good to waste. When the beast comes out at night, yeah, it always wants a bite. And I try to resist, but then the devil always wins. Yeah. Words, sometimes the best things kinda hurt. Cause this is real, it's unrehearsed. My final touch, your fatal curse. When the beast comes out at night, yeah, it always wants a bite. And I try to resist, but then the devil always wins. Yeah. Nowhere to run, there's no way you'll make it out alive. Oh, when it's after dark, I'm gonna eat your heart. Don't try to fight it, just close your eyes. 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 Close your eyes.
I hold on so nervously to me and my drink. I wish it was cooling me, but so far has not been good. It's more modular, and I feel awkward as I should. This club has got to be the most pretentious thing since I thought you and me. Well, I am imagining a dark lit place for your face.
Oh, when it's after dark.
Hello. Hello. And welcome. Welcome. Today, we are there we go. We are continuing, of course. Of course. Let me set everything up, and let's start by muting this. So we are ready. Okay. Audio should be there. It's not. It's now there. You should now be able to hear. Let's test it by loading in. Okay, there's no music. So maybe it's a bit hard to test. It's because we ended on a cliffhanger. Okay, so if you are unsure what is going on, let me try to summarize. What the hell, Harmu? Welcome, Harmu. I didn't read that. Let me try to summarize what has happened. Because it has been an extra day since I played this last. We are locked up. Well, nothing. We are locked up in a Minecraft building. 7 people. We thought it was 8, but we found the corpse of one, and then we found the corpse of that same person again. And we have also found out that the Sekimeiya, which is the item we came here to see, as in an exhibition, we found out that it has some sort of mysterious power that allows people to travel in time, somehow. It's not maybe necessarily in time, because one person, other than us, so far it's only been 3 people, or I guess 2 people who have traveled. Me twice, and another person once. And the other person who has traveled has apparently, allegedly, according to them, not traveled in time, but just traveled like location-wise. Because apparently we don't control. So first of all, we don't know when the Sekimeiya actually makes us travel. There's no clear sign. There's no. It doesn't really. Well, kind of. It just teleports them, right? But there's no clear explanation to when it does that. There's no clear sign. There's no. So far, I think that it needs to be. So one specific point that's been made is that it needs to be cold, the Sekimeiya, that it needs to be stored in a cold location. I believe that perhaps that is the key to making it dormant and or recharging it. So if you would like for it to be active rather than dormant, I think it should be in a warm place, or at least room temperature place. However, something they've also made a note of is that when they take it out of the cabinet and touch it, it doesn't teleport them. So I think that's because obviously the stone probably keeps its temperature for a while. So when they take it out, it's probably still cold for a bit, right? It probably still is chilly. So I imagine it needs to have time to warm up, and it doesn't have time to warm up by just having it out. the like quickly taking it outside of the cabinet. That's my assumption. So far, there's no guarantee if that's the case or not. Also, the Sekimeiya only has like one use outside, and then it needs to charge. And the way you know that, at least again, there's no guarantee that's the case. That's my assumption. And the reason why I assume that is because it's when I last touched it, um, I the Sekimeiya um went uh like sort of like so it's glowing normally when it's quotation mark I well when I think it's active it's glowing 425 when I think it's active it's glowing and when it's inactive I think it doesn't glow basically right 425 let's see 911 I don't understand this hint. Uh, I hope someone does, because I do not understand this hint. But this seems like something that's very outdated. Uh, this seems like something that's incredibly outdated. It says, at the movies, buy junior mints and sprinkle them on your popcorn. I don't know what junior mints are. Um, I don't know why you would sprinkle them on your popcorn. Junior mints. Let's have a check. That seems vile. That seems absolutely vile to do that. I Googled junior mints. Those seem vile. And it seems even more vile to put it on or um, sprinkle it on popcorn. So I think I definitely shan't be doing that. But yeah, so that's basically where we are. So what has happened most recently, which is quite interesting, quite special, is that we touched the Sekimeiya. Check Discord. Okay. That is a big black rooster. I shall add it. What happened most recently was that we teleported. We touched the Sekimeiya, and we went 40 minutes back into the past. And now we're trying to figure out who murdered Naomi a second time. There's your big black rooster. I put it up here actually. That's a rooster. So that's interesting because we didn't see who killed Naomi the second time. We did see Naomi enter the room, but we didn't see who killed her. However, we're now going through the whole story as it was at the time, and we know that Akuro just went into the bathrooms. That's one of the easier curses to get at least. All you have to do is just put exclamation marks after every message. We know Akuro went into the bathroom. He just left and went to up the floor, and we were in here because in a minute, me and Shiroya give the rooster a ride. Right? I will give the rooster a ride. Me and Shiroya will be coming down the stairs, and we'll meet Akuro. But also more importantly is that when we get down the stairs, we will be we will be I will be touching the Sekimeiya. And by touching the Sekimeiya, I'm obviously going to go back to the past. So this is where the timelines, I guess, are going to start overlapping or collapse together again. And we left right as I left the cleaning room. I was going to check because Akro had left the bathroom. I was going to check around, see if there were any people here. I looked down this hallway. I didn't find anything. And just as I'm about to look down this hallway, I see someone, and that's where we left off. I left off on a cliffhanger, like it says right here. I'm initiating permanently banned. I saw that one, yeah. I approached hallway A little nervous. As soon as I peeked in, I saw who else was there, and that's where we left off, right on that cliffhanger. So let's go in. Let's figure out who was there. Right now. It was Sai. Interesting. He made the sound and was in front of the event room. However, that shouldn't have been possible. At that moment, he was in the attic. We'd left him in the bedroom after he'd climbed the ladder to look around. While I paused, unsure how to react, he noticed me, as if he'd seen a deadly creature. He visibly recoiled. He had clearly not expected to see me there, and once we made eye contact, he was left petrified just like I was. I didn't know what his next action would be, so I moved over to him. I was half expecting him to run away, but he stood immobile, waiting for me to arrive. Hey Atsuki, how are you doing? I quickly noticed it. He was pretending not to know what he was carrying in his hip pack. All's good, trying to get the most out of my imprisonment. What about you? Coincidentally, me too. Has that led you anywhere? Let's go to the lobby. Huh? Why? I don't know, so we don't freeze the world or something. Shiroya and I were about to arrive. To avoid anything undesirable, we walked to the lobby even though I didn't elaborate further to Sai. Do you like it better here? Yes, let's not be too loud either. Anyway, where were you gonna bring that? Bring what? What you're hiding there? Don't be stupid. Sai frowned. He tilted his head down toward his hip pack. Without changing his expression, he unzipped it and the Sekimeiya was uncovered. What the? What the? What? It was there? God damn. How did that get in there? This is going to sound funny, but I had no idea this was here. Additionally, the Sekimeiya wasn't white. It was grey, the same shade it had shifted to the last time. It does sound funny. Did you accidentally get it from the cabinet and put it there? Or did it maybe teleport inside? More importantly, how did you get here? You mean that I shouldn't be here, right? I figured. And no, I definitely didn't put it in here. It's not heavy at all, so I didn't notice I had it. He took it out. It didn't make him travel in. Nothing seemed to have happened. Well, that's hard to believe. Right now, the Sekimeiya had disappeared. He must have taken it out and just been about to hide it. The past Shiroya and I had surely already arrived. We went to the bathroom first, and then to the event room. So if Sai had the Sekimeiya, had I interrupted his actions, thereby changing the past? Well, I guess kind of. If that was it, my travel would become impossible. Was something terrible about to happen? None of my other actions had resulted in anything similar. Yeah, I did see the Sekimeiya disappeared. Was it Acro? Or was it you? I'm just gonna quickly get my phone up. Because I need it on, because I might be getting a call. I'll put it right there. Alright. Oh, yes. Good one, Wout. Good strike on Haramu. I'm actually interested if that one works. That's a good hit. Let's keep going. It wasn't either of us. I heard Akarok going up the stairs as soon as he left the bathroom, so it wasn't him. I couldn't look both hallways at the same time, so I can't be sure that you did it. But you just so happened to be holding it. Apparently I am. You travel from the future, right? Why? Because I shouldn't be here? Maybe. I might have traveled, yes, but you did too, right? Me? Don't be stupid. I don't know where the Sekimeiya is. I was just searching for it. Seems I didn't realize I had it. I had no idea how I was supposed to take that. I was about to travel... Okay, well, I guess it does work then. That didn't time you out. It should always time you out if it... It should always, like, the first action should be to time you out. So the fact that it works... No, I did test it. But I didn't test it on normal people. Well, you're being so condescending. You're being so fucking... You get... I don't know, I can't believe it. How did you manage to turn a curse around to be condescending? That's not what it was supposed to be. Of course, believing that he didn't know it was in his hip pack was ridiculous. You definitely traveled, right? Did you already have it in your hip pack when you appeared? Is that what you mean? That's an interesting thought, even though I didn't travel. If that had happened, it meant that the Sekimeiya traveled with him too. But what would the reason for that be? And even then, who hid the Sekimeiya from the cabinet? It was a fact that we'd seen it empty, but I didn't notice anyone entering the room where Shiroya found it. It turned white again. You're right, how bizarre. Sai had put the Sekimeiya back in his pack and out of nowhere it changed colors again, recovering its white glow. So it went back to normal without needing a lower temperature. Maybe it works again then, why don't you try touching it? Because that'd be very stupid of me. I'd disappear and leave the Sekimeiya here with you. What if you're the one who keeps hiding it? I don't want to hide it anyway, and you'd appear in the past. You could make it here the moment you disappear to prevent me from hiding it. That's assuming I appear inside the tower. If I appear outside, you could do anything you wanted with it. He sipped the Sekimeiya inside his pack. This guy knows something. This is a Sai that knows a lot, apparently. I didn't respond, but he wouldn't break the silence before I did. Do you really expect me to believe that you're not going to run off with it? Come on, Sai. I get how you work at this point, more or less. What does that mean, exactly? You just like seeing how things play out. You took the Sekimeiya and did something to end up here. I'm not Katai, and you know I'm trustworthy. So why are you trying to lie to me? I never lied to you, Atsuki. You know that. We're partners. This brief time we spent together has awoken my deepest feelings for you, in fact. What the hell? Huh? What is happening? Can you stop fucking with me just for the sake of it? I want this gem put back in the cabinet, that's all. I'd love to do that. I was just following your orders. You haven't told me to move since you brought me here, so I was waiting for your next command. Put it back in the cabinet. Did you not hear me? I heard you. Oh, was that all? What cabinet? There are almost 100 of them. The one in the event room. That one, huh? Sure thing. Give me a second though, this is my self-reflection moment of the day. What the hell was with his face? His appearance was totally blank. I stared at the floor for a while, thinking to myself, well, how Sai let me be. He didn't seem to want to move, so I just observed him in silence. It wasn't like I wanted to get into a fight with him, but he clearly had a problem with me. He shifted his weight from one leg to the other in a few minutes we spent in silence, sighing silently as well. I ran in circles mentally, getting nowhere fast in understanding what the hell was up with him, or what had happened with the Sekimeiya. Okay. I should have already disappeared, assuming things happen as I remember them. Shiroya must be waiting. Follow me. Got it? Sure, I gotta say, it's not the same without mint tea. What? I walked to the hallway B room where we'd found the Sekimeiya. It was empty. She's not here. Did your girlfriend abandon you? That's tragic. I stepped in farther, but I stopped right as I heard Sai taking off behind me. Hey, stop! I turned around to chase after him. Fortunately, I'd reacted fast enough to grab him as he was opening the door to the event room. What the fuck are you doing? You're fast. I got really antsy to see this if the Sekimeiya was here, that's all. You were totally running from me, and here you can see that it's not. Yeah, it appears I'm holding it. The sudden acceleration wore me out for a moment, so I breathed heavily for a few seconds. No idea what Sai was doing there, and it seemed Shiroya had gone somewhere as well. Anyway, put it inside. The Sekimeiya? Of course, that's what I was gonna do. Let me try not to touch it. He unzipped the pack and hid his hand under his sleeve. Since keeping the Sekimeiya in the pack doesn't make me travel, it could be that it requires physical contact with your skin. I'll try to only touch it with my shirt. How dare you to even think to go live during CV stream? Hey, that's not my fault. Okay, I will tell you what you missed. You missed. I approached hallway A little nervous. As soon as I peeked in, I saw who else was there. It was Sai. The person who was in the hallway was Sai. He is extremely suspicious. First of all, he had the Sekimeiya. Second of all, it was not lit up. It was not glowing. So it had been used. We assume it might not have been used. We don't know exactly how the Sekimeiya works, but it was not glowing. Then suddenly it started glowing without being in the coal because it was in his hip pack. So apparently we found out now that it doesn't need to be under the coal to glow. So there's some other condition that makes it glow. We also found out that when we went back to the room where I teleported from and Shiroya should have been, Shiroya wasn't there, and Sai sprinted to the event room randomly, and he said it was to look if the Sekimeiya was there. It wasn't, because he was holding it. So there's a lot of very confusing things going on right now. This whole thing with Sai is extremely confusing. I don't actually quite understand what's going on. But he very clearly has traveled from the future. But he also very clearly is pretending like he hasn't. And he also very clearly knows a lot about the Sekimeiya that he doesn't want to openly say, from the way he's talking about it. He held it in his hand, which was covered by cloth. He didn't disappear, so what he said made sense. Then I scrolled open the glass for him, and he placed the Sekimeiya on top of the cushion. Finally, I closed the glass again. Welcome, Alcor. Yeah, I don't know why Shiroya wasn't there. She wasn't in the room at all. Sorry, in this room at all. Like, so I was up here. I was in the cleaning room. You remember this. I was in the cleaning room. I left. I went over here and I saw down here and there was someone there. And that turned out to be Sai. I went down. I talked to him for a bit. Then, because I knew that Shiroya and me were going to come down, I told Sai, to avoid the world freezing or whatever, let's go into the lobby. So we went into the lobby. We talked for a bit until enough time had passed that I should have disappeared. So we went together into B3. And I wasn't there, obviously, but nor was Shiroya. So we went into the event room, or rather, Sai sprinted to the event room to check if the Sekimeiya was there, which is a bit weird, because it shouldn't have been, because he had it, which might indicate that there are now multiple Sekimeiyas, because it's very weird that he would sprint to the event room to check if the Sekimeiya was there when he had it. But he sprinted to the event room, we caught him, and that's where we are now. Maybe. I also am confused how he has it when he was here, because it was in here when we found it, right? And in the time, I don't understand why he hasn't pointed that out, my character. Because in the time that we were going from here down here, it couldn't have been in here at any point. Because Sai has had it the entire time. So how was it in here when it was when it was on Sai? So there's 100% a second one. And I'm guessing the reason why Sai sprinted to the event room was because Shiroya wanted to put the... My guess is Shiroya wanted to put the Sekimeiya in the cabinet, and that's why he sprinted there. After I teleported with it, I'm guessing Shiroya wanted to put the Sekimeiya in the event room, and that's why he sprinted there to check for the second Sekimeiya that I teleported with. I don't know. I guess we'll have to see. I suppose I was correct. Maybe, but touching it has done nothing a few times. It's possible it wouldn't have worked even if you touched it directly. I doubt it actually. Feel this. He touched my arm with his sleeve. It was hot. It wasn't hot at all when it was grey, but now it is. Even the pack is. I bet something would have happened if I touched it. That's probably why the refrigeration is needed. See, he's talking very, like, knowingly. Like, he's talking... The way he talks is really strange. It's as if he, like, knows a lot, but he doesn't want to directly say it. So he's saying it as if he's trying to say it as if he doesn't know, but he's saying a lot of stuff that I am very confused how he suddenly knows. But that's strange. We took it out of the cabinet earlier and touched it while it was white, but it was still cold. Maybe something else is needed to activate it. Who knows? See, it's this like, yeah, maybe, you know, maybe something else is needed to activate. You know, it could happen. Whatever. What are you doing here? You should still be in the attic. And I am. Consider the me you're talking to right now as a ghost. Are you just fucking with me? You traveled to the past just like I did. No way. Traveling to the past is impossible. You're getting irritating. I admitted I traveled to the past, so just do the same. Don't get me wrong. I would if I had. It's just that I haven't. I haven't traveled in time, teleported, or activated the Sekimeiya successfully even once. That's bullshit. How can you be here then? It's not possible. You said I should be in the attic, right? Consider this. What if I touch the Sekimeiya in a bit to go back to the past, then go to the attic? I don't have to be the version that's already traveled. I can be the original. So at some point, the Sai that was around us changed places with you. Of course not. I was only letting you know that it's not impossible. I'm telling you, just treat me as a ghost. You hallucinated. I can't be here, you know. I'm in the attic. Why are you being so stubborn? After Shiroya and I headed downstairs, you did too. Then you traveled to the past, and that's how you're here now. Except that won't happen. You might not believe me, but it's the truth. Then how can you be here? Are you sure I truly am? Am I not a figment of your imagination? You're not. I suddenly thought of something I should corner him with. I grabbed Sai's hand. It was definitely corporeal. He was no ghost. Without explaining, I dragged him to the security room. I immediately noticed something odd. Sai, did you enter this room? Didn't we all enter it at some point? Did you enter it during the past 40 minutes? No, I didn't. That's strange, because the door wasn't completely shut. And look, the computer isn't suspended. And so what? I must have entered it? I walked forward to see the time displayed on the computer. It said it was 11:57. I used this computer 47 minutes ago, at 11:10. You determined that Katai wasn't in this room during the attack thanks to the sleep timer, so it must be more than 45 minutes. Yes, 50 minutes of inactivity are needed for the computer to power off the screens. So if we wait these remaining 3 minutes, we'll be able to see if I was the last person to use the computer. If the screens stay on, someone else used it. Brilliant. Also, the last time the door should have been opened was earlier when we searched through the entire floor. We made it a point to close every door when we were done for efficiency, so it would be harder for anyone hiding to move between rooms. Yeah, I saw the computer was powered on, which told me that someone had used it in the past hour. The others didn't pay much attention to it, much mind to it, and neither did you. After that, we closed the door. So you remember. Good. Despite that, it was open a little bit just now. Someone must have come in here. The door isn't loose and it won't open all by itself. Yes, Anne, do you think it was me? Well, I found you in hallway A, and you said you were searching for the Sekimeiya. Did you really not enter this room? I didn't, and even if I had, would you have said anything to say? Not sure yet. Let me tell you the reason I brought you here. Show you me your wristwatch. My what? It's hidden beneath your sleeve, but I saw you still have it. This is the only room that provides us with the current time, so show me what your own watch displays. Why? Because it might reveal your lie. Let's say you travel from 12:10. It's possible the time displayed would now be something like 12:20. I see, that would reveal that I've come from the future. It's a smart idea. I even said earlier that my time matches the computer, didn't I? Oh, he's smart. But I'm pretty sure there's going to be a hole in it, because I'm sure that when he travels, the watch probably just changes to the time that he's currently in or something. You did. If your time's ahead, you time traveled. If it's the same, it's possible that the body you appear with is identical to how it was at that point in time. That would help us confirm what happened with the second Naomi. What if someone edited the computer's time? It'd be trivial. Well, if someone did that, it would be you. The door was opened, and the screens are still lit, although I did check the time 50 minutes ago, so I guess it couldn't have been modified recently. Technically, I guess you could have changed your wristwatch time instead. I actually don't even know how to do that. Just as he said that, the computer entered sleep mode. Oh? Well, unfortunately, there goes your little theory. So did someone enter this room and not use the computer? There's no way the door just opened. Who knows? Just show me your watch. My what? Your watch? But I'm watching you right now. He is such a fucking... He clearly had a problem with showing I trust Sai with my life. Sai reminds me a lot of the one character from Your Turn to Die. The guy that everyone hates. Hiyori. There's always a character like this in every like social deduction game. There's always a character like this, the one who's like super smug, who knows a lot more than he wants to let you know, but he also is super smug about it and stuff like that. Oh, they're like really good characters to put in something like this. He clearly had a problem with showing me the time, so I knew it was correct. I quickly positioned myself in front of the door so that he couldn't escape again. If you don't want to, you can just admit that you traveled. It's not very hard to figure out. After he spent a few more seconds in silence, I decided to act first. I grabbed his arm and looked at the miniature screen on his wrist. What? Did you just do this? Huh? What's the time? Don't be stupid. It's broken. Excuse me? The screen was blank. Nothing was being displayed on it. Really? When did it stop working? Are you just fucking with me again? Did you do this right now somehow? I didn't do anything. You were looking at me. I didn't even touch the watch. I couldn't object to that. Even though he'd been buying time, he hadn't touched it at all. You might have anticipated that I was going to ask and disabled it as soon as we entered the room. It's flattening if you think I did that, but honestly I have no idea what happened. I've had it for a long time, so perhaps the battery ran out. I don't even know how I'd disabled it. Let me look at it. I was already grabbing his arm, so I inspected the wristwatch a bit more. It had 2 buttons on the sides, probably to edit the time and other parameters. Can you remove it? Yes, I take it off every night. You've become pretty uncooperative. Just take it off. Are you confiscating it? You've taken a liking to this watch. He is so... While he continued speaking in his frivolous tone, he handed it to me. I'd gotten curious about what happened since Sai clearly didn't want to show me his watch at all. How'd you do it? I don't see a power button. I didn't do anything, it just so happened to run out of battery now. That'd be a little too convenient. You can call it fate. Don't worry though, I don't have anything to hide in the first place. On the back side of the watch there was a slot for the battery. It took some effort, but I opened it to see a single lithium battery. How long have you had it for? A few years. How many approximately? 7 or 8? Maybe it would have run out now, but I'm not sure. Lithium batteries are more expensive, but they last a very long time. They outlast plenty of devices. They're pretty good. In that case, maybe the watch itself broke. Looks perfectly fine to me. Fortunately then, I'm curious about what happened too. But it might be a bigger mystery than we thought. You're ridiculous. You know exactly what you did to avoid being exposed. I think you're the one being silly here. First, I didn't have anything to hide, and second, I did nothing to this watch. I take good care of it, so I wouldn't break it on a whim. Remember upstairs in the attic? I looked through a few drawers and found a bunch of useless junk. I believe I might have seen a compatible battery somewhere. And you were talking about conveniences. You're pretty insistent. I want to know what happened. It's not uncommon to have a couple of batteries like this lying around. It's also true that I didn't see you mess with the watch, and since it's not damaged, the most likely explanation is a faulty battery, or that it was actually the time for it to run out. Let's see if we can power this back on. This watch doesn't receive the time from a satellite. You sound pretty convincing. You sounded pretty convincing earlier when you said you didn't know how to edit the time. Maybe you just didn't foresee this at all. Maybe the battery actually did stop working. If the battery ran out when the display time was, say, 12:10, it could pick up from there when we put in a new one. Watches like that exist. Also, this watch was working earlier when you said it was 11:36. Let's see what happens when we insert a new battery. Are you being serious? We can't go to the attic. I bet I know why. You're up there, and we'd see your past self. Additionally, you don't remember anyone going up. Where did you stay? We could just avoid anyone else. You're getting annoying. I don't know what the people above us are doing. Let's go then. Where did you see the battery? In the living room under the television. Okay, let's be quick. That works. I made sure to keep my grip on Sai's sleeve so that he couldn't escape. I hadn't disregarded Shiroya, so before moving up I looked through hallway B and still found no trace of her. I started to get a bit worried. She wouldn't have gone off anywhere. I'd entered the room soon after we'd left, and she no longer seemed to be on the crystal floor. She couldn't have been attacked, could she? We would have heard a yell. There hadn't been that much time for anything to happen. By going to the attic, I could also check whether she was on the higher floors. For that reason, and because the elevator was still supposed to be disabled, we took the stairs up. We circled through every floor without finding her. The attic was unlocked, so we went up the last narrow staircase and entered the living room. The floor showed we'd surpassed the time we'd gone down. I could see Shiroya's and my own footprints heading out. I looked at them for a few seconds, but it was difficult to determine if anyone had left after us. It should be here. I kneeled down and opened a drawer. I'd let go of Sai's hand, but he didn't run away. He at least seemed genuinely confused about what happened about his wristwatch. Yeah, here it is. Alright, let's leave. If he wanted to leave, the most likely reason was that he'd lived through that time already, and he knew the people who were still in the bedroom would notice us. If that was the case, there'd be no point in defying what he'd experienced. Both of us stepped out of the living room. Before moving down, I looked at the floor one last time, making a mental note of the arrangement of the footprints for later. Will it work? Yes, I think so. It should be compatible with your watch. It was still inside its original package, so it hadn't been used at all. It took me a couple of minutes to get it out with no tools, and as soon as I succeeded, it became clear that it would easily fit. It looked the same as the one that was already inside the wristwatch. I uncovered the battery slot again and removed the original battery. I headed to the first partition and left it in a drawer, since I didn't have a proper place to dispose of it. After that, I put the new one in place. It was small, so it took me a bit, but it fit perfectly. Finished, I put the cover back on and left the packaging in the same drawer. Anything? I turned the watch around and immediately saw that something had changed. It did, but I was wrong. I told you I wasn't hiding anything. That's not quite what I meant. Look. I showed him what the screen displayed. The 4-digit displaying the time showed a hyphen, hyphen, colon, hyphen, hyphen, which most likely indicated that no time had been set. I would have assumed that the battery removal reset the internal system if not for what was above the time. That's strange. It might have been like this when I first got the watch. This should be displaying the current date, right? Yes, it wasn't. The date above the time showed 9,999, 12/31. Has he lived for so long? Maybe it's true. Hold on. Maybe the watch is not lying. Maybe the lithium battery actually had run out sometime. Maybe the lithium battery has run out at some point during this whole time, because he did say the lithium batteries last for a really, really, really long time. Maybe it ran out at some point in his life, and he's now lived until year 9,009. He's lived like 6,000, 7,000 years. And the reason why it wasn't showing anything was because it literally ran out. I don't know. I suppose there was no point to my plan then. I don't know if you purposely arranged this, but something definitely happened to this watch. It still works though. The battery had to be the problem. Give it to me. Handed it over and began to fiddle with the buttons. I see, I can easily set the time with these. The time began displaying numbers and so I set it to 4. I really don't get what happened, but I'm glad I won't have to get rid of it. Make sure to thank Ashia for the new battery too. Wanted to object again, but I couldn't find the words. I didn't know anymore if Sai was aware of what had happened. You traveled to the past, right? Me? Let's say you appeared in hallway A. I'll even believe what you said. You realized the Sekimeiya was gone and failed to notice it was in your hip pack. You have a watch, so you would have looked at it to find how far back you went. Did you do that? I didn't. However, I didn't travel to the past either, so your question is pretty pointless. The date was the odd point. Swapping the battery shouldn't have changed it to 9,999, 12/31. And it wasn't unlikely Sai edited it. Needless to say, it was the highest date the format of the watch would allow. Anyway, let's back down. To the crystal floor? Yes, I have something to do, alright? I started moving down. I didn't know what Sai planned to do, but I still had to find Shiroya, who's most likely somewhere below us. Shiroya's not currently in the attic, right? Who's that? I let it go before he got on my nerves. Maybe he's not even like lying. Maybe he doesn't know who Shiroya is because Shiroya died like 5,000 years or something ago in his like timeline, and he hasn't seen that person since. So he literally has just forgotten. We silently walked all the way down. I guess so. I guess maybe like all the traveling through time has made him immortal. At first glance, the floor still appeared desolate. What did you want to do? Oh, let's go to the security room. Through hallway A, we began walking towards it. His pace was slow, and I'd been in front of him the whole time. Once I was about to reach the doorknob, I heard a sound behind me. I saw an empty hallway, as I heard the event room closing. Upon realizing I'd lowered my guard, I sprinted as fast as I could into the event room, but it was empty. By the time I opened the door to hallway B, I'd lost him. Every door around me was closed except the lobbies. I didn't know where he'd gone, but as soon as I picked the wrong path, I would escape. Running towards hallway C meant facing the task of searching through every floor, and going to hallway B, going to the lobby meant that he could already have been in hallway A. Instead, I opened a bunch of doors in hallway B, hoping he'd taken shelter in one of them, so I couldn't hear the distant sound of running footsteps. They were all empty, and I didn't bother searching too deeply into them. I understood what Sai's business on that floor was. He needed to go there so he had a chance at escaping. He had no way of touching me on the upper floors. I sighed. Perhaps I should have expected it, but I couldn't blame myself too much. I'd lost Sai, and he'd accomplished his goal of ditching me. Just in case, I went to the security room where he said he wanted to go. It was empty, and the computer remained suspended in the corner. I saw the suitcase that Katai had brought there from hallway C. What was Sai's deal exactly? Maybe I'd have a better idea once I returned to the attic, but I still needed to find Shiroya. I went to look at the computer's time, which read 12:18. I sat on the chair and sighed in exasperation for a few seconds. There were plenty of things to think about, but instead my mind went to something that continued to gnaw at me. Sai's watch, more specifically the date. When I found Sai, he should have been in the attic. This means that it's very possible that he traveled through time in some capacity, even though he kept denying it. If he did, his watch would have done the same. The date hints at that further. It's the highest date that the watch could explain. So it could be linked to another common conception to time travel, loops. Looping through time, reliving the same portion of time over and over again. I'm jumping to this thought not only because of the date, but because the battery ran out before the time it was supposed to. For example, if the watch is in process of traveling from 1220 to the past until it reaches the travel point, the time displayed would increase per travel. If that repeated infinite times, the date would eventually hit its maximum value and stay there. I guess that's a different possibility. I guess him being invincible and like living until 9,999 is also this is also a possibility that beats that theory, I guess. I didn't think about that. The watch had repeated that process infinitely when I saw it. The date could make a bit of sense. Similarly, every few years the battery would run out, so replacing it would allow the time to continue advancing. So assuming something of the sort had happened, is it a coincidence that I just so happened to experience the loop in which the battery had to be replaced? There would be times in which the watch would appear functional, and ones in which the date wouldn't have reached the year 9,999 yet. All those would have to reach the same loop point, which contradicts the way I thought this worked, because traveling to the past would end up modifying it in different manners. But I suppose it's pointless to think about this, because a bunch of other contradictions prevent anything like this from ever happening. To begin with, if the rich watch had traveled back insane amounts of times, it would have physically degraded. If it had survived the last 8,000 years and needed to reach 9,999, the metal would have appeared rusty, and it's hard to believe it wouldn't have just disintegrated instantly. I guess an alternative to that is that he would take another size watch constantly and then put the date back. But I guess he did say he didn't know how to change the time. I don't know. Also, Sai had to be the one to bring it back through time, so he'd be older, and he couldn't have existed for the same number of years without dying. This would be circumvented if going to the past replicated your past body, but then the watch state and time would reset after every travel too. For what purpose? Yeah, I mean, yeah, I know, but why else? There's so many. I don't know. This is not how the Sekimeiya works. If you travel 30 minutes to the past during those 30 minutes, two versions of you exist at the same time. Is he certain about that, though? Is he certain about that? That's how it works. If Sai went back with his watch that many times... I mean... Did he see himself? Did he actually see himself, or did he just think or was he just in a situation where he could have seen himself? Okay, maybe he did see himself then. Because I'm unsure if he actually saw himself, or if he just like was in a situation where he could have like where he could have seen himself. Maybe, I don't know. If Sai went back with his watch that many times, he would have created a new copy of himself each travel. Was that the toilet when Naomi got murdered? Did he see himself there? saw the group go in and discover the body. Yeah, maybe. I don't actually remember. Wonder if... Oh, God, okay. The exact match button really doesn't work. Because I... Do I have to do this? Okay. Okay, well, 200... I'm not going to go through 235 fucking... results to check. Welcome, Jedi. Welcome in. I'll believe you. I'll believe that he saw himself at some point. Who moved the egg? We're not entirely sure who moved the egg. Guaranteed. But we're pretty sure it was Sai. Because we found Sai. The person that we saw was Sai. The person we saw was Sai. So, but we're not guaranteed. Like, I make a joke like I saw myself hunched over. I look like a real loser with that posture. Right. Okay. But yeah, we're not certain. It was Sai. Sai had the Sekimeiya, but I'm starting to get my doubts as to whether there are multiple Sekimeiyas or just the one Sekimeiya. Because laugh now. Because the reason why I'm starting to doubt there are multiple is because he had the Sekimeiya, but also at the same time we should have been in, or the Sekimeiya should have been in there, or I mean, there's a lot of situations. It's very confusing right now. I'm very confused, is what I'm saying. That is null. Naturally, I'm thinking about this to justify the watch's date. But there's no apparent reason why Sai would travel back to the same spot more than once. And if he somehow could circumvent aging, it'd mean that after the point he traveled from, he couldn't exist anymore. If there isn't a point in time in which he travels back, he'd never make it past that point. Despite that, I'm sure that if I go to the attic right now, I'll see him. The origin of the Sai I was talking to a few minutes ago should give me some insight, but I'm not sure how much, because he himself seemed unaware of what happened to his watch. Did the date go up to the year 9999 for no reason? Was it a malfunction maybe? Tied with the battery's loss of power? It seemed like a bit of a stretch to treat it as one. The facts are as follows. Sai probably only traveled once because countless versions of himself didn't exist at the same time. The watch can't be in a regular time loop, because the Sekimeiya doesn't work like that. Because the watch would physically degrade before the year 9999, and yet the date reached its highest possible value. I really feel something of significance might be the cause behind it. Oh shit. Oh, well, oh, CV, welcome in. Let me shout you out. Welcome everyone. I'll welcome you all. Let's see. Welcome Art. Welcome Arms, welcome Etrin, welcome Pocket, welcome D, welcome Carabel.
Why so serious?
Oh my god. Welcome CV. Welcome Boopa. Welcome SW. Welcome Besser. Welcome Royal. Someone immediately infected CV. Welcome Tomo. Welcome Two Jokes. Welcome Shun. Thank you all. Welcome Alien. Welcome everyone. I am actually Tom Cruise, as you can tell. When I pull off the mask, I turn into Tom Cruise.
7,000 fucking
Shin is going crazy. Oh, let me refund everyone.
7,000 fucking
Yeah, what do you mean you actually like me now?
Eat this man.
Oh, who got nuked? Oh, that was Arms. Arms got nuked. Oh, there goes Art. Art got nuked as well. The curses were killing people. It's crazy.
Why so serious?
More Joker. Booba cursed as well. Welcome everyone. Welcome in. We are playing a visual novel. It's it's a very confusing visual novel that doesn't really lend itself to give a whole lot of explanation about what's going on. So if you are going to be confused, don't worry. I have played this for now. How long have I played this? 4 days or something. I am also confused. I am very confused. I am very confused. I hope you had a good stream. I did watch. I actually kept watching after I started stream. I just avoided telling anyone because you know. But I was watching while you were streaming. It's a good game, that one. And you are now forced into watching a game that's not quite as good. Or maybe it is as good, but it is a very confusing game. So you'll be having to deal with that. I can see people have found the sound effects. Feel free to go crazy with it. That's what it's there for. Curses also there for that. You can target someone with a curse, and you can you know, fuck up their stream experience by doing that. Very simple. Thank you. It's not my birthday. You target someone, you curse them. I also saw that you were showing off the employee killer name, which is really funny. Oh, you're strengthening D-Zone's curse. 2008 Toyota Corolla. Who's Michael? That's me. I am Michael. Thank you for the happy birthday wishes. It's not my birthday though. But yeah. So to give you guys a sort of idea of what the hell is going on here. We are in a Minecraft building currently. We have been locked up because some people are trying to steal an object called the Sekimeiya. The Sekimeiya apparently, to some description, lets you travel through time. There's not a black cock on my screen. There's a black rooster on my screen. Okay, Royal just found a sound that no one else had found. This is why you need new people. Okay, let me. I need to go in and change that. That someone just found a new sound. I am surprised that this one. Found true. Yeah. Welcome, Stove Gone. Oh, there goes Woat. Woat is gone. Oh, there goes Royal. So this Sekimeiya allows people to travel back in time. Now, in theory, that itself, I guess, shouldn't really matter too much because, like, it just lets you travel through time, right? What's the big deal? But someone's been killed. Twice, actually. That person has been killed twice.
I think that I'm Tom Cruise.
They think that I'm Tom Cruise, indeed. So now we're trying to figure out what the hell is going on in this place. And to do that, we are trying to figure out what the hell this Sekimeiya does, and trying to figure out what is all going on in these different locations. However, welcome in. However, as the game progresses, it's getting more and more confusing. It is getting very confusing. There's not a whole lot of explanation as to what the hell is going on. So we will continue to figure out. Holy Booba immediately getting cursed again. I'll refund you guys. Alright, let's continue. The facts are as follows. Sai is one of the characters, by the way. Sai probably only traveled once because countless versions of himself didn't exist at the same time. The watch can't be in a single time loop, in a regular time loop, because the Sekimeiya doesn't work like that, and because the watch would physically degrade before reaching the year 9999, and yet the date reached its highest possible value. I really feel that something of significance might be the cause behind that. One last important thing I can take from this is that if the watch's status was caused by Sai traveling to the past, adding that he was surprised to see it disabled, that it was working at 1136, it's possible that he hadn't yet traveled by that time. I'm free, 1 out of 10. I also had to keep in mind that Sai had some good reason to escape from me, and that he was in the middle of doing something when I found him. The battery's power running out also felt like it was pretty important, but I couldn't reach any conclusion regarding that. I shifted my focus. I had to find Shiroya, but I'd already looked through the crystal floor twice. Being in front of the computer made me think of the cameras. It was possible the system had restored, so I tried to see if I could do something with it and find out where Shiroya and Sai was. I clicked on the program with the security camera icon. The text locked in as Katai Kuichi was still on the bottom. When I noticed it, I wondered if Katai intentionally left his account locked in to use the excuse that anyone could have used it. Next, I pressed Initialize Camera Monitoring. But as before, I was met with the message box containing couldn't detect video footage text. Trying to look at the archive footage yielded no result either. Shinja cursed again. What do you mean? I'll refund. Shiroya's missing. Shiroya was not... So, when we went into the room where we should have teleported. So, basically, when we met Sai up here, we went over, we found Sai here, which was suspicious. He had the Sekimeiya on him. We moved into the lobby, because obviously they would have come in from here. So, in order to avoid that, you know, something going wrong by us meeting them, we went into the lobby, and when we went into B3, when we had spent enough time in the lobby that going into B3 should have led us to where Shiroya and, well, just Shiroya was. She wasn't there. Also, that is indeed the hint. There's one person that might know that date, but I'm pretty sure that person just left and went to bed. And not, well, I guess CV might also know that. But other than CV, there's one other person that would have known. But I think he just went to bed as well. Let me check. Yeah, he's not here anymore. He just left. Oh, there goes Jedi. What do you mean she went to bed? No, I don't think CV went to bed. I'm not sure if CV went to bed. She probably just went to get food. But there's a person who just went to bed. Who would know that sound? And I mean just as in literally how long ago? Like 5 minutes ago? 10 minutes ago. As of me saying this. You already read this. It was a messy and hard to follow interface, so the only thing I recognized was the symbol of a wrench. That was probably the settings menu. You are being way too cryptic. Are you trying to hold a shard? What the hell? No. I'm not trying. What? When I clicked on it, a panel with several options appeared. One in particular caught my eye. Footage. A new screen appeared after selecting it, showed the path where the recordings could be found. The set path was B archived, which sounded simple enough. In case the program was the cause of the issue, I went ahead and looked for that specific folder. B indicated that it wasn't saved in the main drive. I searched for it, but I couldn't find it. No extra drive appeared to exist whatsoever, so it made sense that the footage wasn't being detected. I kept looking, but to no avail. I performed a thorough search for the word archived, but none of the results interested me. The time had been passing fast, and I didn't want to waste any more of it. The computer displayed 12:31. Jesus, we've been at it for a while. But yeah, it is a date. It's also a 4-digit number, if that helps. If that in any way helps. Release the Epstein files. I stood up from the chair. I had to search through the entire floor, but going to the attic for aid was potentially a better choice. Although I didn't think Shiroya would go hide, searching alone was never ideal. And it never starts with 0. There's no leading zeros on any numbers. There's never leading zeros. I think I mentioned, so the way dates work.
Merry Christmas, Xbox.
Merry Christmas, Xbox. The way dates work is that there are for dates I never do leading zeros. They can be both in American or European format, depending on which looks better at the time. So, for example, if it's like if month first and then day looks better, then it will be that format. And if day first, then month looks better, it will be that format. So depending on which format looks better, it can be either. But it will always be 4 digits. A date will always be 4 digits. I don't think there's anything that breaks that rule. There's one that breaks that rule, actually.
Hey, think that I'm Tom Cruise.
Yeah, that one. But that's the only one that breaks that rule. Actually, no, there's another one that breaks. All the ones that break that rule you've found. Oh, there goes Jedi. What did the Jedi say? To Tom Cruise. And just after you said that, your curse gets lifted. That's unfortunate. Isn't that unfortunate? Alright. Once I left the room, I was once again met with the cold silence of a barren floor. The door closing behind me didn't echo as well as it should have, because the smoke cover on the ceiling didn't allow the sound to bounce back properly. Despite that, I still noticed the sound of someone approaching from hallway C. It was Shiroya. As soon as she saw me, she sped up with a concerned look, as if I were her reflection, reacted the same way. Where were you? Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. I've been on this floor for the most part. I was searching for you. Alright. I went to the room where you said you'd return to, but you weren't there. You went there? You just had to wait. No, right as you touched the Sekimeiya, I disappeared too. Ooh. Now that's curious. She's either lying. She's either lying. She's either lying, or the Sekimeiya can do things that we can do things other than what we would expect. Welcome, Cow. Welcome, Miable. Welcome in. Welcome in. She's either lying or telling the truth. Well, yeah, I guess that's true. But she's either lying, or the Sekimeiya can do something that we didn't know it could do. Those words came as a surprise, so it forced my breathing to remain normal. You travel too? At the same time? Why did I never see you then? Well, just as you touched it, I appeared on the second floor inside the offices. It's disorienting, like I changed places instantly. That's what happened to you too, right? I thought your travel might have somehow taken me along with you. Oh, immediately targeting Cow. Poor Cow. I couldn't believe it was real. Talking about it and having it happen are two totally different things. Where did it send you? I appeared in the security room. Do you know how far back you went? I think so. I spent a few minutes sitting down since I could barely understand what happened. Then I went to the attic to confirm I'd really traveled back in time. When I saw that the door was still locked, I figured it had really happened. Eventually I started going back down until I heard sounds approaching me from below that made me hide on the 4th floor. It was a group of people, so I thought it was us when we first entered the attic. Can we confirm that she's telling the truth? Any of the things she's saying, were there noises there? I don't think so. Not yet, at least. I figured I could go to the crystal room to look at the time. I looked at the computer and estimated I'd gone back about 40 minutes. Okay. I think she's lying. I think she's lying. Because if she looked at the computer... okay, no, there's two options. Either she's lying, or there's multiple timelines. Because when we looked at the computer... Wait, no, it was... Was it on when I looked at the computer? When I first looked at the computer... No, it wasn't. To power on the screens. She's lying. Actually, no. I guess if she didn't move the mouse, she could have not moved the mouse. She could have not moved the mouse. Maybe she's not lying. She could have just not moved the mouse at all. She didn't need to touch it to look at the time, right? Because the screens are on. But she's probably the reason. No, none of the screens were on, because I turned the screens on when I went back. I turned the screens on, and then the reason why I thought she was lying was because when I went back into the room with Sai, the screens turned off after exactly 50 minutes. And we determined that 50 minutes was the time that it would be off. The 50 minutes was the time that it would take for the screen to go off. So I thought she was lying, because if she went in to look at it, she would have to have moved the mouse. But she doesn't need to move the mouse. She could just have looked at the time. So you open the door to the security room, and that's why the door was ajar. So Sai didn't open the door. It was her. So you open the door to the security room. We both traveled the same amount of time then. I see. I was in the cleaning room when you came down, so we didn't see each other. The others returned and then went up again. I knew they were going to the attic, so I followed them to see if everything was actually repeating. I didn't go up immediately, so when I got there, Sai and Katai was already in the bedroom. I entered and listened from the hallway, and they were saying the same things as before. I was so scared of being seen, Atsuki. If the past changes, do things just unravel? I have no idea. Nobody noticed me this entire time, so it was all consistent with the past that we know. I think nothing happened, and nothing changed. Everything I experienced with people from the past was just me observing them without knowing I was there, so nothing deviated. I even tried to change the past by saving the second Naomi, but it was useless. Anyway, Sai and Katai really didn't leave the attic, did they? I don't think so, no. I knew we'd be going down in a bit, so I hid in the floor 6 offices. I stayed there for a while, so Akuro didn't see me as he went up. Then I came here to meet you, but you weren't in the room. I wasn't? I suppose I might have spent a few minutes with Sai in the lobby, but I thought you'd stay there. With Sai? But he was in the attic. What do you mean? I waited a bit in the room until I got worried something had gone wrong. Saw the Sekimeiya too, was still where we left it. We changed colors from the gray to the gray from before. So activating it is what powers it off like that. Yeah, so that I sort of assumed that was the case as well. That activating the thing is what activating the Sekimeiya is what you know messes it up. Or makes it, or turns it off. Probably, but I didn't try to touch it again. I closed the cabinet before I looked around this floor briefly, and I thought that you might be back in the attic. I went there, but not much had seemed to change. I stayed in the hallway to listen to the conversation going on in the bedroom. Even if they'd seen me, it wouldn't matter much since we just left from their perspective. At that point, Sai was still there, right? Yes, he was leading the conversation, telling everyone not to follow us down. Akuro was there too, and he confirmed that he saw us. Sai told them all to wait for us because we'd be responsible for anything that happened after leaving of our own volition. I see, so you wanted the others not to come down. He kept saying it. He never left, and the elevator was still there with the door open. The conversation started winding down, and then they talked about going to the bathroom. I left right away so nobody would see me. I stayed in the living room for a couple of minutes with the doors closed, but I think that they all took that time to go to the bathroom, so I started going down again to find you. I looked through every floor until I saw you right as I was about to start with this one. There's a different discrepancy. We went to get a battery. We went into the living room. I saw the footprints, and I'm pretty sure it says I only saw Shiroya and my own footprints heading out. No, it was difficult to determine if anyone had left after us, never mind. I suppose it makes sense we never saw each other. 5 minutes before the point we traveled from, I saw Sai on this floor. I thought he traveled from the future because he was supposed to still be upstairs. If he actually was there during that time, I had to be right. I had to be right in some way. He escaped from me more than 10 minutes ago, so I'm not sure where he is right now. Oh, I haven't seen him anyway. I guess he didn't go up. Well, I looked inside every partition, so he might have still been able to. I don't know what his goal was, but he probably accomplished it by now. Regardless, the most important thing is that you were able to travel without touching the Sekimeiya. Not only that, but you went back just as far as me. I consider that I went back twice as far as my initial travel, but that shouldn't matter anymore since this was your first. Yeah, maybe it's the amount of times it's been used. And it's not 20 minutes per, maybe it's like 10 minutes. So it was used once, then me, then another time, and then me. And our locations were also different. I'm not sure why I appeared on the second floor. Yeah, it could be that it chooses random nearby locations, but that might be a bit of a stretch. It'd mean that we could keep trying it until we appear outside the tower, but that recording didn't seem to indicate that would be possible. There's no way it was real though. 40 minutes before we traveled, both of us were together, moving down from the 5th floor. It can't be that where we appear is decided based on that position, or we would appear together. I don't know. The amount of time traveled and the location might just be random. Both were different from the first time I traveled. But when I disappeared in front of all of you, nobody else went with me. Why did it affect you as well this time? I thought about this. I was a few steps behind. I'm sure at least Sai was closer to you the first time. He was walking to you before you disappeared. But Sai didn't vanish. From that we can probably assume that the Sekimeiya has an effective range around itself. You think so? Well, even though you were picked up too, it's not like the people in the attic traveled. The specific distance from the Sekimeiya in which people can travel if it's activated. The first time it was smaller, which is why Sai didn't travel. If that's the case, that the distance it picks people up and the distance you move through time related? It was my first thought too. The first time I went 20 minutes into the past and Sai, who was a few steps behind me, wasn't within range. This time I went 40 minutes into the past and you went too, despite being a bit farther away. Both times before traveling, I felt a painful burn on my fingers for a split second. The Sekimeiya was searing. I believe the second time it was even hotter. So that could be tied to this as well. Oh, we're starting to solve it, aren't we? Starting to solve it. It has something to do with how warm it is at a given time. The warmth determines how far back in time we go, maybe. Maybe. It doesn't need to be, I guess. Inside its cabinet, the Sekimeiya is kept cold. Once it's removed, it begins to get progressively hotter at an unnatural rate. Sai brought up something like this earlier. After traveling, I paid attention to the room where we found the Sekimeiya, but I didn't see anyone hiding in there. We don't know how long it was there, but it should have been outside the cabinet for longer than the first time. The second Maya is hot. I hope the second Maya is super hot. Is the first Maya not very hot? Is that what you're saying? It could be something like that, yeah. The distance traveled, the range around it, and how hot it gets could all increment slowly as soon as the Sekimeiya is away from a regulated temperature. The place we teleport to still seems completely... The place we teleport to still seems completely unrelated, though. Despite everything we've learned, I'm not sure if there's some other factor given that it hasn't responded untouched sometimes. It seems that when it's activated, the energy stored is released completely, and the Sekimeiya turns grey and cools off immediately. I think it starts glowing again after some time, but exposing it to the cold might accelerate that, like we saw. Oh, yeah, that's why it recharged in Sai's pocket, because it was cooling down. Or something like that. I'm saying this because the Sai I met had the Sekimeiya on him and went from grey to white before we put it in the cabinet. I still don't follow what you're saying about this Sai. We should go upstairs already to see what he's been getting up to. He was priming everyone to suspect us. Yes, but hang on a second. I hadn't fully explained to her what I'd gone through upon traveling to the past. The big mystery I'd experienced was still the killer vanishing from the bathroom without being able to touch the Sekimeiya. I'd gotten to the conclusion that, most likely, the bathroom was completely empty when we saw Naomi's body. No, there are more Sekimeiyas. There are multiple Sekimeiyas. It has to be, because like I said, Sai had one on him, and there was also allegedly one in this room. And we just learned of a supposed range. It would let someone travel without needing to touch the Sekimeiya. And they'd need to be close to it. Since the Sekimeiya was in its cabinet at that time, it wouldn't be possible. Yeah, Guy, you missed some story of this game. This game is going crazy now. It's like actually starting to it's all the same Sekimeiya? I guess it could be. We don't know. The other times where the Sekimeiya has traveled someone, the Sekimeiya did not travel. So I don't know. Maybe there are multiples. Maybe if someone travels back, grabs one, grabs the Sekimeiya. I don't know. I honestly, I have no idea. I am at a loss. I was in front of the bathroom when it was locked, so if that was when the culprit disappeared, it would have teleported me as well, alongside with the others in the event room, assuming that was the source. After we heard the sound, we searched through hallway A. During that time, is it possible that someone used the Sekimeiya and the range encompassed the culprit in the bathroom? Given that we still found it inside the cabinet after finding the second Naomi, that doesn't seem feasible. But there might be one way. According to Shiroya, she returned to room B3 and found the Sekimeiya in the cabinet where I'd activated it. And at that point, Sai had a... Oh, we're getting there. He's saying it. And at that point, Sai had a disabled Sekimeiya in his hip pack. Was there a second Sekimeiya at the same time as another? While the culprit was locked in the bathroom, could it be that someone made them escape with another Sekimeiya? Someone who remained in hallway B, maybe? Could it have happened from the second floor? And then did both that person and the culprit escape to the past? If so, where the hell have they been all this time? This concept of range must start to explain what happened. Before we go up, let's check the Sekimeiya. Kataya might get unreasonably angry if we don't leave it in the cabinet, and something is still really strange. What is? Well, Sai was holding a powered off Sekimeiya in his hip pack right when we both traveled. So there were two of them at that point. If the past wasn't changed at all, yes. Sai seemed legitimately surprised to see himself holding it, but it's insane to think that it was put there without him noticing it. Even if he somehow traveled from the future holding it, he should have been conscious that he had it. How would you appear while taking it with you, though? Can't think of anything, but right now, more than one Sekimeiya might exist. Simon says, keep yourself safe. That is crazy. The ice cube ass theory. I don't know if I'll consider that theory, but thank you for bringing it up. I can't think of anything. But right now, oh yeah, if you had two, you could bring one to the past. You just need to be holding one while you touch the other. I really don't think that can be the answer. The second one would have spawned out of nowhere. We entered the event room, where that Sai and I had left his Sekimeiya. However, the cabinet was empty. Oh, what? What's wrong? Right, the Sekimeiya had. Sai had. We put it here. Huh? Then did he... Instead of answering, I opened the opposite door and entered the room we'd traveled from. You closed the glass again. Did you also put the cushion back in place? Yes, it was left out. I put it back with the Sekimeiya under it, so that it wouldn't stand out. I didn't want to touch it, and I thought you had to be nearby. I went ahead and grabbed it. And it didn't take long to confirm that nothing was below it. It's not here. Yes, I must have taken it. Both of them. He had the perfect chance and alibi. After he slipped away, he came here. Maybe he hid it somewhere else. Really? What's he trying to do? I don't know, but he might have had an extra Sekimeiya at his disposal. If he travels to the past holding one, he could appear where I saw him and explain the existence of it. But like you said, there's a paradox, right? The other Sekimeiya has no origin, and him traveling with it is what allowed him to travel with it. Him traveling with it is what allowed him to travel with it. It's gonna be so embarrassed. Shut up. Right, okay. I'm gonna take a quick short break, and then we keep playing. You get to listen to the groove, the beat, while I take a break. So there's two Mayas. There might even be more. Find that out next time. And by next time I mean in a few minutes. Right? Let's keep going. Which is why I think there has to be more to it. We need to go talk to him. Shiroya agreed, and I repositioned the cushion before leaving. Since the elevator should have still been out of commission, we took the stairs up. In a short time, we were in front of the top staircase. Before stepping inside the attic, I asked Shiroya to hold up. I looked at these footprints before leaving. They've all degraded, but I believe these are new. I pointed to a pair of footprints that look more prominent. You can tell? These should be mine, since I was the last person to leave the attic. They fit. I thought so, meaning that nobody else entered or left through this door apart from you. Okay. Is that important? I guess it wouldn't it wouldn't have said anything about Sai, would it? Because Sai, assuming that was the same Sai, assuming there's no time travel, that Sai would have needed to leave very shortly after me and Shiroya left. We walked in, nobody was in the living room, but faint voices could be heard coming from the bedroom where we'd been. Upon opening the door, 5 pairs of eyes fixed themselves on us, and Sai took the initiative to begin speaking without letting anyone else react. Hey you two, did you enjoy your 50-minute trip downstairs? What the hell were you doing? We were getting worried. Why'd you leave without saying anything? Well, we went to check if the Sekimeiya was where we thought it'd be. What? We left it in the cabinet. Where else would it be? And that doesn't take 50 minutes. Before we explain ourselves, let me request something. Sai, can you show me your wristwatch? What? Do you want to know the time? It's 12:37. No, just show it to me. Do you not believe me? Look. He turned his wrist around. That was the time displayed on the watch's screen, along with the correct date, 2011, 12:15. Did you just set the date back to normal? What do you mean? Why would I need to change it? Forget it. When we went down, he's looking smug. We found the Sekimeiya in room B3 after seeing that the cabinet in the event room was empty. What? That's impossible. We all instinctively looked at Akuro, who seemed to be the only person who could have done it, but he denied any involvement. After that, we told them about our respective travels, about seeing Sai on the crystal floor with a disabled Sekimeiya, about being unable to find Shiroya for a while, about coming to the attic, about Sai's escape. It all amounted to the 50 minutes we'd be gone. But from our perspective, we'd been gone for about an hour and 30 minutes. It's a laughable story you're making up. Yet the Sekimeiya are now trying to blame me. It can't be. Sai was here the whole time. Are you sure? Did he ever have time to go down? No, he didn't leave. Sai, do you really not know what I'm talking about? I have no clue. If that's the case, you'll eventually travel back to the past and experience what I said. I'm sorry, but that won't happen. You've said that you spotted me in hallway A, so if I ever go back to the past, I'll avoid being seen. It's that simple. You've told me what happened, so you made sure I won't ever let it occur. If I travel to the past, I'll quickly check my hip pack, so there's no way I won't know I had the Sekimeiya there. This proves you're just making it all up. I didn't know how to refute that. If he was truly unaware of the events downstairs, he couldn't live out what I had experienced unless he lost his memory of me describing it. After all, when I saw him, he looked legitimately surprised to see me because I shouldn't have been there. If the Sai in front of me traveled, he would know about it, causing that reaction to be either impossible or fake. You know, Atsuki, are you sure you're not just creating an alibi for Shiroya? She seemed like the most suspicious person to me given what you told us. I'm sorry? Shiroya frowned too. How was she any more suspicious than I was? The version of myself you described, it just seemed like your imagination. I was here the whole time. So what would this Sai appearing down there for no reason and clearly holding the Sekimeiya, which told you he was up to something? According to you, Shiroya went back to the past. She knew where to hide the Sekimeiya, was the only one who could have done it. She also wasn't where you agreed to meet, right? This version of myself you saw, who couldn't have existed is nothing but an excuse to remove suspicion from her. Am I wrong? You're being ridiculous. If anything, I now know you're very aware of what I saw, or else you would have suspected both of us. You know my story is true. Don't act like a smartass. I just chose to suspect her before you. I'm sure you can really trust her that much? Didn't she have the cabinet key in her purse? Also remember that she couldn't have hidden the Sekimeiya in the storeroom. That's true. Fortunately, nobody else could have, which means that someone who appears not to have been able to do it did it anyway. What if it was her? Don't look at me like that. You're the two people who left us without saying a word, and now you claim the Sekimeiya disappeared from the cabinet? Either you two are responsible, or only one is. I was trying to trust you, Atsuki. Well, I mean, if the future people that we see are anything to go by, they're never going to clean their faces. I'm going to make this very clear for you, Sai. Don't try to push her around. You can say what you want about Katai, even about me, but you'd seriously better think twice about before you go accusing her. She's done nothing wrong. In fact, she's the last person who would ever be willingly try, who would ever try to take advantage of this incident right after me. I don't follow. You don't need to. Sometimes you just need to be quiet and listen. I still can't believe I still can't believe this all for real. Are you two being serious? Did you travel through time? Atsuki said it before, but yes, I'm completely sure now. There's no other explanation for what we experienced. I'm certain too. Somehow the Sekimeiya has that power. Listen, if I'd hidden a device that lets me travel to the past, I'd currently be buying yesterday's lottery ticket, not hanging around here. The rules seem a bit volatile, so maybe you're not aware of them. Something led me to believe that the Sai I met never traveled before. Your purpose might be to experiment with it, or to try to leave this building with it. Did you lose your mind? How would I get out and still keep it? At one point earlier, 2 copies of the Sekimeiya might have existed at once. Not sure how that came to happen, but by hiding only one, you could lead Ashia to believe that the Sekimeiya had been stolen while keeping the other one hidden to retrieve it later. Well, unfortunately, the second Sekimeiya is just part of your imagination. It can't exist, and it seems both of them have vanished. We're not going to take any of this seriously when it comes from the most likely suspect behind this new disappearance. Do you no longer think an unknown culprit is behind this? That's still the second most likely possibility along with Akaro. It wasn't me, I promise. We have to go downstairs. If someone hid it again, we should be able to find it just like before. That's true. We keep repeating this, but the cameras are still working. They will eventually expose everything to the police. Akaro seemed to have gone back to his normal self. He was probably right, but a culprit with time-traveling knowledge might not have cared too much about that. Do we need to? We can just stay here, where we're more comfortable. I'm thinking a theory here. Akaro was acting weird. Akaro went back in time. Allegedly. Let's assume he did go back in time. Let's assume an Akaro was acting weird. What if Akaro saw himself killing Naomi? Like he saw another himself kill Naomi. And that's why he's acting weird. And he also he didn't say anything. He hasn't said anything that was like that's like against the fact that there could be 2 Sais. He hasn't like been against that. Like he hasn't, I guess Katai hasn't either, but like Sai did, Isla sort of did. Erina was like, I still can't believe this. Are you two being serious? I'm not fond of staying with people I know are plotting something, especially when it's more than one of you. Let's go see what these two are talking about. He has not said a lot in general, that's true. Remember the tape too? Did the tape say anything specific? Oh, that's not what I wanted. I thought the tape... Oh, they still haven't heard it yet. That's true. We agreed to go down. Meanwhile, I continue to debate whether the sign next to us is the one. Wouldn't it be really funny? Like, I did completely unrelated. Wouldn't it be really funny if the Sekimeiya is down there now? I continue to debate whether the sign next to us is the one I'd seen on the crystal floor. If so, how has he managed to trick all of us? Because if he wasn't the same one, the origin of the extra sign remained as the hardest mystery to solve, alongside his motive and actions. Had two Sekimeiyas ever existed at the same time? Was that still the case? And if so, how had it happened? I hope we'd quickly have a better idea of all of that. But in the meantime, I continued running my previous thoughts. We were only 4 hours into our imprisonment, and we were already dealing with a seemingly incomprehensible pile of questions. Before leaving the attic, we made sure nobody else was there. The elevator was still open, and we left it that way. So we moved down the floors, we entered all the offices. Once we were done with the ones on floor 2, nobody could have been above us. At the end, only the crystal floor remained. All of us went to the event room, leaving Aaron and Isla by the hallway A to watch the stairs like before. Shiroya and I left the cabinet uncovered so everyone else immediately had a view of the empty interior. Atsuki, be aware that if this is your doing, Ashia will figure it out. That's fine, we had nothing to do with it. It must have been Sai. We waited a couple seconds for his denial, but it never came. Wait, is he not here? We turned around to discover that Sai wasn't with us. Shiroya next to the other door we'd left open, peeked at hallway B. Where are you going? Sai didn't reply. When I looked at the hallway, I saw him in front of a door. Even though he'd heard us, he ignored our call and disappeared off to hallway C. What the fuck is he doing now? Katai gestured at Erina to stay in the opposite hallway. Shiroya and I were interested in the room Sai had been next to, so we approached it with Katai behind us. Sai, come here. Where did you go? Shiroya reached the door first and opened it. Inside was the cleaning room. Not sure what Sai planned to do, but we'd seen him standing in front of the door. Shiroya and I entered while Katai continued toward hallway C in pursuit of him. He stopped himself, but I saw his arm about to open this door. He was definitely going to go in here. There's only one reason why. He wanted to activate the Sekimeiya there after previously hiding it. If he did that, he could disappear without us noticing it. Shiroya was looking around while I questioned Sai's ambiguous action. If he concealed the Sekimeiya in that room, I wasn't sure why he'd left upon realizing that we'd seen him. He had the opportunity to give up, but instead he left for hallway C. Oh no. Someone touched it. I'm guessing it wasn't Shiroya. Someone touched it and teleported everyone. Maybe. I don't understand. Does this imply? Okay. Does this imply? While I question Sai's ambiguous actions, does that imply that I'm talking to him? Does that imply that I'm next to him? Or maybe it was Shiroya. I guess it could have been. Alright, let's continue. Before I had time to think about it, the dim environment around me changed. A large light was illuminating the much more comforting room. Felt no confusion at that time, as I realized immediately that I teleported to the living room in the attic. It's getting too crazy. What the fuck happened now? I knew I had traveled, but I wasn't the one to activate the Sekimeiya. It didn't catch me completely off guard. I already knew that was possible. Where they were standing? I guess I can't see... I can't go back. Oh, I can. What? Wait, since when? This is the last thing. So Shiroya's in here. I'm not entirely sure what the rest are. There, in this general area, I think, is where people are. Yeah, or this bathroom maybe? I'm not entirely sure anymore. I guess so. I mean, this would imply it does, right? Because, well, I guess, I don't know. Well, I guess we'll find out. This is getting too crazy. What the fuck happened now? That meant that I had just been in the range of the Sekimeiya. It was most likely in the cleaning room. Shiro was probably the one to activate it, meaning that she should have also appeared somewhere. How far did I go this time? Once I thought that, I considered some implication of what had occurred. The past hour was extremely dense. Sai managed to appear and disappear, and Shiroya had investigated every floor, assuming that Shiroya traveled with me, and had both remained unseen for that entire duration. I looked behind me and saw that the door to the staircase was open. Drawn to my noise, a figure appeared from the hallway. It was Shiroya with a disoriented expression. Oh, you're here. What time is it? No idea, just traveled from the cleaning room, right? Yes, you did too? Wait, okay. Okay. Why did we travel to the same location? Why did we... But did she actually? I did. I appeared here, so I don't know the time. I see. I thought I saw something inside the cleaning cart. I reached out for it and suddenly felt pain and appeared in this hallway. I think there might be something else pretty small and dark next to the Sekimeiya, but I didn't get to see what it was. So I did get caught in your travel. Regarding your question, I think I might know the time, approximately. The staircase door is open, so this is past the time we unlocked the attic. There are a bunch of footprints next to the door, but I don't see ours. This must mean that you and I haven't gone down yet. These are probably the ones that we left after going back up, when we found Acro in the bathroom. We're not before that point, since there are too many. Then we're all in the bedroom right now. Most likely, I think we should hurry. What do you mean? Started moving towards the hallway as I explained it. I whispered to her. Earlier you said that you followed the group up, and when you got to the attic, Katai and Sai were already in the bedroom telling us about Naomi's letter. This is happening now. So we're about to head downstairs, and your past self hiding inside floor 6 offices is going to come up here. That's right. Yeah, and we weren't seen. We hadn't left any footprints right in front of the door. The ones around the room would blend in with the others, making it unnoticeable that we'd appeared there. In a few minutes, Sai and I also arrived, and that past me wouldn't pay any mind to these footprints. Should we take the elevator? Its door was open. If Shiroya was on floor 6, she'd probably hear it. She said that it hadn't been used once. I didn't want to use it, but not only because of that. By going down, my past self, who was looking around for Acro on the crystal floor, could see us. During the following minutes, Shiroya and I had inspected every floor and managed to miss each other. I'm not sure what we should do. Hiding from ourselves purely because we didn't see anyone in this past seems pointless and kind of crazy. But the only place we can actually stay hidden is this floor. Yeah, we should probably stay here and maybe we'll be able to understand what Sai did too. She was right, and we had 3 places to choose from. The elevator, the storeroom, and the other bedroom. We knew every other place would be entered eventually, so of course we chose the more spacious bedroom. As we headed there, our body froze for a second. Coming from the bedroom where our past selves surely were, we heard footsteps approaching us. We knew we had to speed up, so we opened the opposite door and closed it slowly to avoid making noise. What do we do? In a quiet voice, Shiroya asked the same question I had. It was my 3rd trip through time, but that instance didn't seem like we'd get much out of it, given how Shiroya had already witnessed the attic the previous travel. Was this door closed while you watched from the hallway? Yes. We should just stay here then. It's hard to believe anything important will happen, but we didn't come back until 50 minutes after we left, so we might have to be here for a while. I see. It was a bit frustrating, because the only reason we couldn't head down and suss out the situation was that we'd already done that. Did the music just stop? We couldn't easily exist on a lower floor. Traveling under those circumstances had turned out to be a little waste of time, but something was piquing my curiosity. Even though there shouldn't have been any danger, we didn't feel safe staying there, because someone could discover us simply by opening the door. For that reason, we went up the ladder and sat on the bed above, where we could speak without being easily heard. I took a pillow and shook it, removing a bit of dust from the cover. It wasn't hygienic in the slightest, but I rested my head on it since my body noticeably demanded it. While Shiroya did the same, we were startled by a sound. As was becoming common, it was the sound of a door closing. It came from the hallway. It must be us. Right, we'll be back in 50 minutes then. What the hell? What? Before that thought could become too overwhelming, I began speaking about a detail that I'd noticed. So Sai most likely stored the Sekimeiya in the cleaning cart. He wanted to either activate it or move it. Not sure why, but he knew a search was coming. He might have hidden two of them, right? I never really got to see it, so it's possible there were two inside the cart. The plastic bag and the light being dim meant I couldn't see exactly inside it. I only noticed something strange when I saw a glow coming from the inside. I see. You did feel a burn, didn't you? Yes, when I touched the Sekimeiya, it disappeared as soon as I changed places. Precisely. I think this means that our bodies now aren't the same ones we traveled with. If they were, the burn would still persist and you would still feel it. I suppose so. Secretly illegal to stream visual novels. I think we went an hour to the past. I'm not sure if this is a coincidence, but that's 20 minutes more than my second travel. First, I went 20 minutes back, then 40. Now maybe an hour. Every subsequent travel has had an incremental increase of 20 minutes. But I activated the Sekimeiya this time, and this is only my second time. I know, which is why I still think it could be a coincidence. Remember what we thought earlier, that the time travel is dependent on the amount of time the Sekimeiya is not in the cold? That might remain consistent. I'd say we traveled at approximately 12:40. This one was at 11. The one before this was at 11:50, and after that you saw the Sekimeiya had powered off. That Sekimeiya shouldn't have been put in the cabinet again. So if it is the one you activated, it was out of the cabinet for a long time. Right, so we wouldn't have gone this far back. But the origin of the Sai I saw downstairs still doesn't make sense. He traveled to the past at some point to appear there, but if he did it between this time span, he would have reset the Sekimeiya. You didn't see him going down from the attic, and neither did the others. I can't figure out what happened with him. Can't he just go back to the past after 12:40? Yes, but if that's what happened, it means that his surprise at seeing me was fake. It means he knew everything that would occur. I really don't think that's what happened. Well, there's still the Sekimeiya he had in his hip pack, right? Maybe he traveled using that one. I can't say, since the origin of that Sekimeiya is a mystery in itself. If he did use that one, it was somewhere else when we traveled from the cleaning room. It could be that Sai ignored us to go use that one instead. Both of us sighed. The possibility of spending a very long time there had forced its way in front of us, and if we knew what was going on, the thought might have been a bit more bearable. On the other hand, it was also useful to have information that could protect us. Shiroya had apparently recovered somewhat from her grief at Naomi's death, but I was sure it was due to absurdity. Someone dying twice made the whole thing surreal and removed from reality. I spoke again after a few seconds, as I hadn't yet explained what had piqued my curiosity about our travel. The place we teleported to had seemed random every travel, but if we believe the amount of time traveled isn't at all random, it's hard to believe the place would be. You thought of something? Not exactly, but I appeared in the living room while you appeared in the hallway. There's a time when those were our locations, right? Huh? Definitely not an hour before we traveled, right? At that point we were all in the other bedroom. Oh, you mean later? Yes, when I explained to the others what Sai and I did downstairs, I mentioned that we briefly came up to the attic. I didn't elaborate on that, but we went to grab a battery. At that point you were in the hallway listening to the conversation going on. That coincides with the locations we appeared at, right? I think so. I didn't notice you back then, since I was paying close attention to the bedroom. That had to indicate something. On the surface, the location you appeared at could seem like something trivial, but with how many things didn't make sense, understanding smaller mysteries could work well to decipher others. For example, if we figured out what determined our arriving location, we could predict where we'd appear if we were to touch the Sekimeiya. That could help us decide if traveling purposely would be a good idea. Oh, so where we appeared might be related. We went an hour in the past, and around 12:10 both of us were in the attic, right? That would hold up, I think. That's around when Sai and I went to the living room. Well, you said we traveled at around 12:40, so to 11:40, that means 12:10 was the middle point. Oh, you're right. I thought about it and quickly found direct contradictions. It's not consistent, though. The location we appear at is determined by the midpoint of the distance traveled. It sounds promising, but it only happened during this travel. The first time I appeared in hallway A, I went 20 minutes to the past, so at the midpoint before traveling 10 minutes later, I would have been next to the stairs. That was when I was being told that the Sekimeiya disappeared from the cabinet for the first time. However, now that I think about it, around 5 minutes later, at 15 out of those 20, I was in the hallway, keeping watch from the lobby while the others looked through every room. That's pretty much where I appeared, so it could actually have been the same position. I see. So you appeared where you were at 3/4 of the distance traveled. I have no idea. I said I was there 15 minutes after the point I appeared, but I can't be sure about the exact number of minutes. This falls apart in the second travel, though. We went 40 minutes to the past, and I appeared in the security room, while you appeared in the floor 2 offices. Not only that, but I was sitting down in mid-air. We traveled from 11:50 to 11:10, and during those 40 minutes, I was never in the security room. We just found the second Naomi and moved back and forth between the attic and the crystal floor. Yet during that time, I never entered the second floor's offices either. Well, before we found Acro in the bathroom, we came down to the attic and searched every floor, but it didn't step very far into the partition since everyone else was looking too. I appeared deep in the second one, so it can't have been from that time. So we can't get anywhere with this. Appearing where we both were at 12:10 could be a coincidence, but if it isn't, I have no idea what determined it. As I said that, I thought of another valuable thing we could get out of figuring out what determined the appearing location. We were dealing with Sai and a culprit who had traveled with the Sekimeiya. If the place you appeared somehow depended on a previous location, we could know exactly where someone had been in the past if we knew the location they'd appeared in, effectively drawing information out of them. I couldn't apply it to Sai since I hadn't seen him appearing anywhere, but it was something to keep in mind in the future. He's gonna fall asleep, isn't he? Oh, no. What? After that, the silence persisted. Both of us lay down completely and gave our bodies their needed rest. We had 50 blank minutes in which our existence were isolated from the rest of the world, so we weren't in any type of hurry. My eyes closed and I realized that I was a lot more tired than I thought. I've been awake for over 20 hours. As soon as I thought that, it all came back to me. How we'd spend our past week and everything about Mia. I couldn't see Shiroya's face, but her immobile body gave away that she was exhausted too. Our deep breathing became background noise as I subconsciously reminisced about how our life had been until recently. I knew none of that would go back to the way it was, but even though I had already accepted it, I still felt the sharp pain every time I acknowledged the truth. And instead of moving through things normally, the Sekimeiya had appeared before us. Still unbelievable, but I'd traveled back through time more than once. It is real and highly ironic. During the past 2 weeks, I'd pointlessly thought about it a number of times. If only I could go back in time. Every time something negative of significance occurred in my life, I'd resorted to those useless thoughts. They were necessary, though, as immersing myself in a better world often seemed to temporarily alleviate the pain. While I thought of a world in which Mia hadn't met such an abrupt end, I could successfully depart from the real one briefly. The only way to truly achieve that, I'd thought, was by traveling through time and avoiding the path that led to her death. And then, as if the universe was laughing in our faces, time travel had become possible right in front of us. However, instead of reopening the door to the normal world, it created a tangled mess threatening to trap us in the tower for weeks. Not only that, but it seemed that if we managed to solve every riddle surrounding the Sekimeiya, it would be useless for us. Changing the past was not possible. Traveling back would just form a loop. If we were right about the power storage, left the Sekimeiya out of the cold for a very long time, and traveled more than 2 weeks to the past, we wouldn't be able to change anything. Perhaps that wasn't the real way to put it. Something would prevent us from traveling like that in the first place, as if it was an impossibility. Or maybe we'd travel and suffer an accident before we could defy reality. There's no way Shiroya hadn't thought of it already. If we went back prior to Mia's death, we'd just have to suffer it again from another angle. In my head, as my consciousness slowly dissipated more and more, it all sounded like an outlandish story I was making up. Although, in reality, plenty of time travel stories revolved around going back to the past to prevent an incident from taking place. Be it to save a person or save humanity, I wasn't the originator of that idea. It might have been present within every person. Haphazardly, thinking of going back in time after a bad experience was fairly common. I laughed inwardly, because something else usually present in those present in those stories had occurred in the incident 2 weeks ago. Mia's body hadn't been found. But I would have already jumped into all sorts of possibilities if it had only been that. In fact, Mia's body couldn't have been found. It disappeared in the blink of an eye due to an explosion that took her life. Despite that, parts of her had been quickly found. Her jaw confirmed her identity with 0 chance of doubt. Okay, this is getting a bit ominous. This is getting a bit dark. I don't know if we needed to know that her jaw was just like lying around. Her clothes were identified all over the place as well. And it hadn't been anything short of a miracle that Shiroya and I made it out safely without critical injuries. That was why... Surely it was a clay jaw? That was why thinking about it, giving another meaning to the past, was also futile. It was the only way to get around casual loops. Go back to the past to explain what happened in a different way. Lamentably, her jaw had been found, preventing that completely. I was aware that I was about to fall asleep. I didn't want to, but I also couldn't resist it. I didn't know if Shiroya had already given up, but she hadn't moved in a while. Can I not go back to the past, save Mia, and threaten the forensic technicians that say they found her jar? Something like that was a complete delusion. Had I already saved Mia? Of course not. I often used to be optimistic as I fell asleep. I realized how foolish I'd been immediately after waking up. In reality, I'd personally seen pieces of her clothes with burnt skin stuck to them. I could have very slightly embellished it by thinking that they could have belonged to someone else, that Mia already had been saved by one of my future travels. But I knew that the flesh I'd seen really belonged to her, no matter how many imaginary scenarios I intended to make up. The next thought I had was very different. I fell asleep. Doing all my fantastic thoughts, my consciousness had receded. It felt like no time had passed, but I knew better. Sometimes that meant I'd been asleep for a full day. It wasn't easy to move. When I tried to stand up, I saw that Shiroya had fallen asleep on the other bed. I sat up, aware that since nobody had come for us, not much time could have passed. I didn't want to wake her, but I also wouldn't leave her behind to go explore, so I simply waited, as that brought no downsides. My head was cloudy and my muscles informed me that I hadn't chosen a good position to sleep in. With how tired I was though, I barely cared about that. My movements had a delayed effect on Shiroya, so I didn't have to wait very long. She woke up seconds after I'd started to lie against the wall. With her eyes almost closed, she turned to face me. It was a new side, as I'd seen her woozy morning face a few times in the previous days. Sorry, I fell asleep. How long has it been? I don't know. I slept too. Since nobody has come for us yet, probably not that long. I see. Instead of sitting up, she went straight back to how she was. Sleeping for such a short time used to make me feel even more tired, but since there was no guarantee I could continue, I forced myself to resist. It is clear that we needed to sleep for much longer, but we were still in an uncertain position around someone who'd murdered the same person twice. Seeing it that way, it was mortifying to think that we'd fallen asleep, because once our 15 minutes ran out, we'd be completely defenseless. Technically, nothing prevented anyone in the other bedroom from entering ours as soon as Shiroya left the hallway. I was sure that Shiroya felt it too, probably more strongly than I did. A creeping fear that we could be killed at any moment, forced deep down inside of us by the rapid pace of developments inside the tower. It was a testament to her resilience that she hadn't outwardly broken down, and I didn't know how I was managing it. A couple of minutes later, Shiroya had rolled in bed a few times until coming to the realization that she wasn't going to easily fall asleep again. Being more aware of the risks might have prevented her from doing so in that time. After a moment, she perked up and slowly exhaled while rubbing her eyes. The final yawn, she decided to speak. Well, what do we do? If we look through the door, we should be able to know if we used up all our time or not. Alright, let's see if anyone is still there. I had to balance myself after standing up. My body didn't react well to the abrupt change. After I was steady, Shiroya grabbed her purse and we went down the ladder. I gripped the handle and peeked through the small gap that let me see the hallway. Is the other bedroom still closed? Yes, but we also closed it when all of us went to the crystal floor. Oh, so how do we figure out if anyone's inside? Maybe the footprints could tell us. We walked carefully through the hallway, having no sense of time was a peculiar feeling. But our surroundings were fully silent. People were still in the other bedroom. The door was perfectly hiding their presence. Once we got to the living room, we identified a slight change. Did we leave it like this? We were used to looking at footprints in front of the door. That was no longer possible. The door was closed, and the movement of it had erased every single footprint nearby, creating an empty arc. We must have. This means that the group already left, though. Even though the motion of the door wiped out the nearby marks, there were many around the entire room. They were much fainter than the last time I'd seen them, but I was still able to recognize that new ones existed. I glanced at the elevator. Its door had not yet been closed. We'll need to go down then. We traveled from the cleaning room right after we got to the crystal floor, so it'll be fine. Now let's see if something happened. Figure the others must be searching for us. Open the door, retracing its arc. We began going down the stairs after I left it open. The next door was closed too, but it was unlocked. We stepped onto the 6th floor and were met by less comforting scenery. It was a strong reminder of our situation. We didn't have the will to check every office, so we walked around the floor at a slower speed than normal, gradually regaining our rhythm. We hadn't used the elevator, but there was no real point to that. As we headed down, our echoing footsteps were all that we could hear. The silent path ended at the final staircase. Even though we logically should have heard people, we only encountered more silence. There should be people here. Let's go to the cleaning room. Right, maybe the Sekimeiya is still there. I also want to know what else was in that cart. We walked up to the door, which hadn't been fully closed. As soon as we opened it, we instantly noticed the drastic change the room had undergone. This would be such an amazing place to be like, okay guys, that's it for today's stream. Let's continue again at some other point. But no, we're not stopping. What the fuck? Actually, no, this would have been the place. That would have, leaving people with what the fuck, that would have annoyed so many people, I'm sure. It looks the same. The cleaning cart that had previously been there was nowhere to be seen. I recalled that it was in the corner of the small room. Aside from its disappearance, I didn't think anything else had changed. Did someone take it with the Sekimeiya inside? No, I don't think so. No? Of course, that should have been my first thought, but there was an inconsistency. I looked at the cleaning cart a few times before. Underneath and around it, there were 3 buckets storing scours and chemicals like bleach. Those hadn't moved. Those 3 buckets, one was under the cart, right? I think so. They must have put it under because there was not a lot of space here. But if you tried to move the cart, you'd hit it and the other 2. You need to take them out first, and then you could have moved the cart. Oh yeah, I guess so. I can't say for sure that nobody moved them, but if they had, it would be really odd for them to put them back in the exact same spot. Suppose so. Nobody would get the cart out anyway. This means that the cart disappeared too, right? And only the cart, not the buckets under it. In other words, what you were touching. This also means that we're past the time we traveled from. Are you serious? That can't be it. You were touching the cabinet when you traveled for the first time. How come it didn't disappear? That's true. I supported my body on it with my left hand, so I was touching the cabinet. That's strange. If this cart disappeared when we traveled, did it appear somewhere else? Shiroya leaned forward with a frown. She was looking inside the buckets. Wait, it's here. Look inside this one. Adapting a similar frown, I walked ahead to see what was inside. I saw it immediately, the Sekimeiya. It was inside the bucket that had been under the cart. On top of a pack of sponges. It was white, indicating that it was already powered on. Why is it here now? I think this actually makes sense. Maybe you're right. If our travel made the cleaning cart disappear, the Sekimeiya which was inside it would have fallen here. But why is it still here? Did nobody enter this room? They must not have. But what do we do with it? I thought for a few seconds we'd lived out a portion of our recent past from up to 3 different perspectives. There's no need to immediately touch it again unless we need to figure out what had happened after we traveled. Let me do what Sai did earlier to avoid traveling. We should investigate before we think about activating it. Okay. I hid my hand under my sleeve and kneeled to grab the Sekimeiya. I touched it with my shirt and nothing around me changed. As I stood back up while holding it, I noticed something was wrong. Wait, it's not hot at all. Earlier when Sai did this, the Sekimeiya felt really hot for him. He even touched me with his sleeve now. Now, though, it's actually really cold. So it won't do anything right now? I wanted to test it, and I got close to Shiroya, so if it worked, the range would encompass her too. Perhaps it was a bad idea, since nothing assured us we'd appear together, but it was better to try it like that. Without overthinking it, I placed my entire left hand on the top of the Sekimeiya. After a full second, nothing had happened. Yeah, it doesn't work. That's strange. Can you think of why? Not at all. At least not if it stays consistent with the previous events. If the mechanics are completely random, it can just be that it takes a random amount of time until it starts to get hot. However, minutes after the Sekimeiya that Sai had in his pack turned white, it was already really hot. I don't get it then. It's pretty confusing, yeah. You know, aside from the obvious time travel, a lot of bizarre things keep happening around this. And someone with us is behind this whole thing. We put it in this main cabinet a few times, but they keep getting it out. The last time we saw the cabinet key was in the attic, but we shouldn't go back up just to see if it's still there. We should try to understand how it works. I think working on that is better than just putting it back where it came from. So what do you want to do? This time, let's be the ones to hide it. Later, we'll be able to see if anything has changed and hopefully understand how it functions a bit better. We have a chance since, for some reason, nobody appears to be here. Are you sure? The cameras are still recording. We know that every place where we can hide it is somewhere someone will eventually look at. Regarding the cameras, I'm not sure we should worry. The culprit has been recorded plenty of times, and we'll be able to justify our actions if that ever becomes necessary. When it comes to hiding spots, I can think of a couple. The times we were trying to find the Sekimeiya, we only really looked through this floor, and I believe every spot in the attic would also be easy to find. So I have 2 suggestions. One is inside a computer tower. I saw screwdrivers in the attic. If we open up a computer tower and hide the Sekimeiya inside it, it's hard to think anyone will easily find it. It requires thinking about it and unscrewing every other tower until you find it. That'd be a bit of a hassle for us though, so here's my better option. A locker. Thought of it earlier, the last key in Naomi's keyring. It's likely it belonged to her locker, given that every staff member has one. The size of her key seemed appropriate for it. Wouldn't Katai have recognized it? Yes, just like how he should have recognized the attics. We can try it. I'd thought that maybe Shiroya would be more hesitant, and I'd be ready to abandon the idea, but she didn't oppose it. Given the purpose was to further understand the Sekimeiya, it was likely that she was hopelessly thinking about using it to rewrite our recent past. With that thought in mind, it was the first time we felt the countdown ticking along. I don't understand. Why it wasn't their first thought to go check the time? They don't know what the time is, do they? This must, like, be really weird for them right now, like the situation. Because there's like no, they've got like no time frame. There's like no sense of what the time is at the moment. Yeah, people should be here. They went... That's a good question. Did they? We didn't have the will to check every office. So, I guess they didn't check the... Yeah, I guess they didn't. I guess they didn't check anywhere. Really. That's strange. I don't understand why they don't like check the time and look around for people. I guess not looking around for people allows them to do what they're doing now. But it does feel weird that there's no people. The exit was presumably going to be unlocked in fewer than 8 hours. We still had to confirm what time it was. Yeah, then do that now! We only had those hours to understand what the rules were and if the Sekimeiya would ever be useful to us. But the spectre of the voice recording haunted us. We'd found something that implied we'd be there for a whole month. For the first time, that sounded just a bit desirable, as it would have given us more time to comprehend what was going on and how to use the Sekimeiya. It was possible someone was angling to trap us for a month just to accomplish that. But I couldn't begin to imagine how the rest of the plan would unfold in that case. At the same time, the exit was going to open at some point and the Sekimeiya would be exposed to the world. Supposedly, it had been found 2 weeks prior on a nearby mountain. It was hard to believe nobody had experienced its supernatural powers. But as I thought that, I recalled that it was also harmless holding it in my hands. We entered B4, the room with the first Naomi. I remember where the keys were, so I found them easily. 2 keys remained. The smaller one I wanted, and the one for the door in the first staircase. I took the smaller one off the keyring, otherwise it was too large to keep on my person, and it might have made noise. Then we moved to the staff room. I inserted the key into the locker. I'd once again been correct about the purpose of key. There's going to be a Sekimeiya inside the locker, isn't there? He's going to open the lock and there's already a Sekimeiya. I'm pretty sure it'll work, if not for this locker. So it's not for this locker, so let me find the right one. I inserted the key into another locker and attempted to turn it, to no avail. Then I repeated the process with others until one appeared. Good, it's this one. 2 compartments were inside, a small and empty one on the top, the bigger and main one that had Naomi's coat hung inside it. Okay, maybe not. I placed the Sekimeiya in the smaller one and took the coat out. I felt through the pockets, but they were all empty aside from a single handkerchief that I left alone. I put the coat back inside. It was a bit disappointing that we hadn't found anything substantial, but I hadn't expected to. Yeah, that's what I feel as well. I closed the door and locked it with the key while Shiroya observed all my actions from the side. That's it then, at least there are no security cameras here, so we won't be seen hiding it. I know, that's good. By the way, regarding the cart disappearing, I think it makes more sense than not. What's really strange is that apparently nobody knows the Sekimeiya after it fell. For example, when I touched the Sekimeiya, why did I teleport but not the cabinet? And why did my clothes teleport? I was stepping on my shoes, so they teleported. My shoes were stepping on the floor though, so why didn't the floor teleport? It's probably just because my clothes were under my possession while the floor wasn't. Similarly, the cabinet I was touching wasn't in my possession, but the cart wasn't yours. Isn't that interesting? The cart is designed to be moved by whoever is holding it, while the cabinets aren't. That's why the simple act of touching the cart makes it yours, but touching a cabinet or the floor isn't enough. That's what I imagined, but it means that the Sekimeiya somehow recognized the cart was movable and the cabinet wasn't. Exactly, which is convenient for us, or else we could have made a bunch of other things disappear just because we were making contact with them. Remember the suitcase in the attic? Something similar must have happened. Naomi traveled holding it, so it traveled along too. We didn't find it strange at all, since it's natural to imagine it happen, but your purse traveled both times when it was only touching your clothes. It has to be because it's recognized as part of your whole entity when you travel. But we didn't appear upstairs with the cart while I had my purse. Right, if the cart actually appeared somewhere else, that would indicate again that the location where we appear isn't determined by where we are when we touch the Sekimeiya, or else it would have appeared with us. So if the cart has appeared somewhere else, that position is determined by where the cart was at another point in time. It should be easy to draw conclusions from that because it spent the entire time in the cleaning room. So it should be in the lobby. I think so. Finally, consider this as well. When the cart traveled, everything that formed the cleaning cart disappeared along with it. That included the bag covering its interior and the cleaning products that were placed in the front of it. All of that disappeared. It was treated like a single element you were holding. That's why it's notable that the Sekimeiya didn't disappear while it was part of the cart. It was inside it, so it should have been part of what you were touching with your other hand. However, it remained in place and fell in a bucket that was underneath it, which didn't teleport as it wasn't attached to the cart. And just like we thought, the Sekimeiya can't go along with us. Pretty much, even though it's what allows you to travel in the first place, it should have been included in your possessions. That wasn't necessarily the case in the previous travels. I wasn't holding the cabinets in the same sense. The Sekimeiya must exclude itself when it comes to what makes it travel. And lastly, even if it had traveled, it's unlikely we would have appeared with it, which is what I speculated happened with the Sekimeiya and Sai's hip pack. Since the cart didn't appear with us in the attic, the Sekimeiya probably wouldn't have either. I guess you're right, this clears a few things up. We should probably try to get an idea of what happened here though. Yeah, the others should still be around. I'd imagine they looked the first place we disappeared from, so I had no idea why the Sekimeiya was still there. Let's go find them. We'd been moving through hallway B for a few minutes, so it seemed appropriate to begin there. It's unlikely anyone had been near us, but we weren't going to lose much time by making sure to glance over every room. The start was the two bathrooms, and aside from Naomi's body, there was nothing there. Rapidly, we began to open every door to see if anything we could spot was around. The Sekimeiya cabinet, as expected, was empty. I have a feeling that they are in the offices because I don't know why they would all be in the same office. But in the past, when we've opened doors, you've heard it on this floor, and we opened first the cleaning room door and then the locker room door, and also B3 or B4 to get the keys. Probably even the event room. Actually, no, I guess not the event room. We opened cleaning room, and now we're opening more doors, right? And no one's heard us. The original Naomi was still partially under a curtain after I grabbed her key, so I covered her properly again. The last crystal rooms were as they were from the start. Yeah, I guess that's true. Oops. To cross to the opposite hallway, we went to the lobby, knowing that the mechanical room was also on our way. Unexpectedly, our search came to an abrupt stop when we stepped into the large hall. This is where the cart is. Oh, no, never mind. People were next to the metallic shutter. We recognized them immediately. Erna, Akko, and Katai were kneeling down next to the wall, while Sai looked up at them from above. As soon as we opened the door, their heads lifted to meet our gazes. After a couple quiet seconds, Katai was the first to further acknowledge our presence and stood up from the floor. He began walking toward us, and we did the same until we met in the middle of the room. Where were you? What the hell happened earlier? While the conversation started, we approached the others who had kept silent. Strangely, they were looking down again, wearing unsettling expressions. You mean when Sai sneaked away? Right, we disappeared. The Sekimeiya made us go to the past again. And this time we appeared in the attic. Oh, I see. After his strangely short response, we went over to the shutter. Something might have happened, as everyone else appeared quiet and unresponsive. I wonder why they decided to stay there too. Did you search for us at all? Since that wasn't a question directed at anyone in particular, so I decided to speak. You were in the attic, you said. Why didn't you come down sooner? We fell asleep and lost track of time. Did something happen? Where's Isla? I asked that instinctively, but I hadn't consciously realized that Isla wasn't with them. Erna, who I'd imagine would quickly answer, remained looking down at her lap, hiding her face from us. Strain filled my body, as that was the mere action made me imagine that something terrible could have happened. None of the others decided to respond either. Instead, shut their eyes before lowering their heads. Finally, I noticed that their expressions were tinged with sorrow. They understood that their own reactions had started to fill us in. After a few unsettling seconds, Sai began speaking in a faint voice, uncharacteristic of the way he'd come across at any other time. Shiroya and I, along with the others against the wall, listened to the words that narrated what had taken place while we'd been sleeping 6 floors above. What is this symbol? At the same time that Shiroya and Atsuki disappeared from the cleaning room, Erina and Isla, who were in the opposite hallway, saw Sai appearing from hallway C. As soon as they made eye contact, Sai's body visibly relaxed, as if he'd changed personalities in an instant. He began slowly walking towards the two next to the event room, who hadn't said anything yet. Without any care in the world, he was the first to ask a question. What's going on? Where did the others go? What? They went to find you since you disappeared all of a sudden. Why did you do that? Naturally, Erina didn't know how to react, given that the others had made it seem essential to guard the hallway A in case Sai went there before they could get him. What do you mean? We were going to start searching for the Sekimeiya, so I just went ahead first. What? Why didn't you tell us then? Didn't you go to hallway B? Yes, but I headed over there since it's a better place to start with. I was going to tell you two to come, but you were looking at me so weird. So I wasn't sure if anything happened. Those weren't very convincing words, but Erina didn't question him further, mostly because Sai's own question cut in. Where are the others? Peeking inside the event room with a frown, Sai noticed the lack of other people. Didn't I just say they went behind you? They were in hallway B. The door to the opposite hallway was open, and Akiro could be seen with his own frown, evidently ignoring the sound of their conversation. Sai said Akiro's name out loud, and a few seconds later, his head finally turned to face them. Upon asking him what he was worried about, he let them know that Shiroya and Atsuki had not yet left the cleaning room. Sai, showing the strongest reaction, approached the room while letting out a conspicuous grunt. He opened the door and stayed still for some time, then he entered the small space. Before the others had time to wonder what he was doing, he exited and told them it was empty. Akiro, who had a hard time believing it, stepped forward and became aware of the glaring contradiction within the room. Seeing his dumbfounded face, Erina and Isla got closer too. The four of them saw that not only had Shiroya and Atsuki vanished from the room, the cleaning cart had too. A disappearing cart was nothing compared to everything that had already happened. Once the other three stepped in, they became aware of the cause. The Sekimeiya sat inside one of the few buckets that remained on the floor in the cramped room. It was Sai who first questioned its status, as it somewhat contradicted a few things they concluded earlier. It was white instead of the grey color they thought it became after teleporting 2 people and a whole cleaning cart. Not much discussion was had. Up until then, they'd grown accustomed to Katai's voice immediately instructing them to put the Sekimeiya back in the cabinet. It was the lack of those words that alerted them that Katai wasn't there. Where is Katai? He followed you to hallway C. Me? Then why didn't he come to the event room when we were in hallway A? Doubtful looks were the only answer. Sai, Erina, and Isla had spent a few seconds talking next to the door. Of course, Katai should have been visible. Taking advantage of Katai's absence, they removed their full focus from the Sekimeiya and left it where they found it, prioritizing finding him. All of them assumed that attempting to locate Shiroya and Atsuki was futile, as they'd most likely teleported through time and were somewhere else entirely. Sai was first to suggest going to see where Katai had gone, which shouldn't take a long time. With Akiro in the front and Sai in the back, the four left the room and saw the empty hallway C. The stairs presented the possibility of Katai moving upstairs, but hallway A was the most likely option. Shiroya and Atsuki should still be here even if they traveled back in time. It could be that Katai took advantage of the situation to do something. Sai called out Katai's name, while Akro viewed the entire situation with suspicion. As he'd seen Sai in front of the cleaning room where the Sekimeiya turned out to be, he asked Sai why he'd disappeared earlier, which was answered the same way he justified his actions to Erina. They stopped in front of the stairs, and Sai sighed as soon as he saw the other long, empty hallway. "You all rushed too quickly to find me when I was only trying to move things along, and now this happened. We found the Sekimeiya already, at least, but now we have to search for 3 people, which is just great." Sai began directing the others. With Atsuki and Kitai gone, his demands met no resistance. His arrangement consisted of Erina and Ayla staying next to the stairs and Akro checking hallway B, while he himself looked through the hallway A rooms. That way, the search wouldn't take more than 2 minutes. As they put that into practice, I continued yelling out Katai's name. He wasn't being drawn to the noise, so it followed that he wasn't nearby. So I don't understand. Well, I guess I do understand, but why don't they think that maybe he could have been teleported as well? Like, surely there's a non-zero chance that he could have been teleported, right? He wasn't being drawn by the noise, so it followed that he wasn't nearby. Drawing a zigzag pattern, Akro and Sai met in the lobby after looking through every room in their respective hallways. In the meantime, Ayla observed next to her mother. Despite her initial optimism, she was aware of what the situation had become. I don't know if he was actually close to the cleaning room. I'm just thinking he sort of just disappeared suddenly. So I'm surprised that they don't say that there's a chance he could have teleported. Sai put an end to the search by concluding that the mechanical room was empty. They walked back to the starting point where Aaron and Ayla waited. Once the 4 of them knew that they were the only people on that floor, they could only speculate on where Katai had gone off to. With the free way to the other floors, he could have been anywhere. And even though they'd quickly accepted that Shiroya and Atsuki had once again traveled through time, they should have reappeared by that point. Atsuki's and Shiroya's actions weren't openly questioned. After all, everyone had assumed they'd found the Sekimeiya and touched it without malicious intentions. After Akuro revealed that Sai had been about to enter the cleaning room, Erina couldn't help but suspect that they were being seamlessly manipulated. She sat on the stairs. She was tired and had to bear the constant burden of bringing her daughter into danger. They were locked up in a huge building with a murderer, and the people she wanted to trust had accepted that time travel was an ongoing factor they'd use to explain mysteries pressing down on them. Mentally, she was exhausted. Ever since the first time they'd gone to find Naomi's body, she had been especially careful not to let Ayla out of her sight or go off with anyone else. She simply couldn't fully trust them. From finding Naomi's second body onward, it was irrefutable that something unnatural was happening, but her only priority was her daughter's safety. Ayla had initially been eager to go to what was supposed to be a routine event, but it had morphed into something incomprehensible. Erina couldn't imagine that someone would want to harm her. The risk of being there at all gradually eroded any confidence she had in that notion. By taking a seat, she only wanted to show that she needed a short break before the search inevitably followed. Her own daughter, though, didn't grasp that intention. She suddenly walked off towards hallway A while the others watched her curiously. "Sweetie, where are you going?" With distress and concern lacing her voice, Erina asked that question looking up from the stairs. Ayla turned around and saw her mother's face, which she found a bit tricky to decipher. Choosing to answer the question with her own actions, she continued walking and stopped next to the room A5, the place where the gemstones had been stolen and the sole crystal room exposed to the smoke. Ayla reached out to grab the doorknob and turned it to open her way in. From the stairs, 3 people looked at her, finding what they were seeing very odd. As soon as they saw Ayla entering the room, Erina gave up on her brief rest and stood. While she approached the room, she timidly called Ayla's name. When she was by the door, the two men behind her started to approach her, intrigued by Isla's behavior. Isla had left the door open, so Erina was the first one to see the interior. Just as she remembered, it was dirtied by a purplish black color, and almost no brightness penetrated the coating on the ceiling. The light leaking in from hallway C was the main source of illumination. It took her a second to spot Isla with how dark it was. She was putting all of the force she could into opening up a cabinet. Unbeknownst to Erina, what would then occur would not leave her memories until they all faded away. Still chapter 1, yes. Is she gonna find the body of another Isla? Is that gonna be what's happening? Applying force with her two small arms, Isla lifted up the heavy cover of the cabinet found deep in the room. To prevent it from closing, she leaned in on the wall. After that, she attempted to peek inside, but her short body didn't make it easy. With both hands, Jesus Christ. With both hands, she grabbed the top of the cabinet and propelled herself upward to see inside it. Once her eyes made contact with what lay within the compartment she'd uncovered, a nightmarish scream tore through the room, terrifying Erina while she looked in from the hallway. But that was only half of what she had to witness. Isla's face was hidden in the cabinet, so Erina was unable to see that her confident look had shifted into an agonizing expression. Erina's mind reeled in response, and as she began running to aid her daughter, she frantically questioned what the cause of such horrible scream could have been. Had it been physical pain, or a reaction to something she'd seen? Fucking hell, the music. As Erina rushed inside, Isla's instincts told her to get out of the position she'd put herself in. However, due to jumping upward, the front of the cabinet had suspended her in mid-air, painfully pressing into her stomach and preventing her legs from reaching the floor. The only way she could move was by leaning forward. Next to the door, Erina's senses all perceived the same thing. Isla, in her helpless state, inclined forward and fell inside the cabinet. Only the sound of her body landing was audible, as no yell came out. Like the curtain falling after a play, the impact made the lid fall, shaken out of its precarious balance. Erina let out a cry and ran as fast as she could. Meanwhile, Sai and Acro looked on from the door. When Erina reopened the lid and leaned in, she finally saw what the ominous cabinet contained. Nothing. Oh my god. It was full of nothing! Erina didn't see anything but the 5 faces of the cabinet, covered by a velvet texture that, while untainted by the smoke, appeared black due to the lack of light. She stood still while her heart took off. Then she snapped and began to feel its walls, trying to understand how the cabinet had swallowed up her daughter. Unable to find anything, she desperately looked around the cabinet in case she'd misinterpreted what had happened. Acro and Sai, however, both bewildered, had arrived just in time to cooperate that Isla's lower body had fallen inside. Nothing! Come on, quick. They stepped in while Erina's next reaction was to open up the adjacent cabinets in hope of a hidden connection. Within all of them, the only contents were a handful of gems. As that wordless commotion continued, Sai moved toward the cabinet Isla had fallen into. He looked inside for a few seconds and verified with his own eyes that there was nobody inside. Just as Erina had done, he couldn't suppress the need to reach in. Attempting to find a hidden passageway, he felt the entire interior, and once he was done, he stood back up to gesture at Acro that Erina was right. There was nothing there. They turned to Erina, who had gone completely immobile. Every cabinet had been opened and closed, and she was leaning against the last one without the strength to look up. Before the others had to wait, she spoke with a nearly broken voice. Where did she go? She couldn't have disappeared. Why can't I see the map? In their circumstances, that normally sensible claim had no basis. Of course, she could have disappeared. as such a thing had already happened multiple times. The real question they had to ask themselves was how. Cyan Acro knew that, but they didn't reply, unable to find appropriate words. Tell me, something must have happened to her. It has to do with this. Teleportation, you two keep talking about. What happened? They had realized that the room was empty. Isla had suddenly disappeared without leaving a trace, even though disappearance had become commonplace. They thought that the Sekimeiya had to be directly involved for one to occur. Despite that, they found it in the cleaning room, and they left it there. Furthermore, Atsuki's early explanation of the range emitted by the Sekimeiya couldn't explain what had occurred, as nobody else nearby had disappeared along with Isla. Well... And even though it seemed of less importance, there was one last thing without an explanation. Isla's scream. She let out a terrifying cry as she looked inside the cabinet. However, Erina had immediately looked inside and seen nothing. Cyan Acro told all that to Erina, who until that point hadn't completely considered the full implications of the paranormal event she had witnessed. She wanted to reassure Erina that even though Isla had somehow disappeared, she had gone to the past and was safe somewhere else. Erina knew what had happened. Erina knew that what had happened couldn't be immediately answered, so she rushed out to find Isla, hoping that they would be reunited soon. They had a whole building to search through and no guarantee that Isla was still in it. At the same time, a part of Erina still trying to understand why Isla had suddenly walked up to that cabinet. She tried to comfort herself when she remembered the recording they'd heard in the attic since. In the worst case scenario, told her that Isla was going to be safe in a month. For the first time, Erina viewed it as a failsafe instead of one of the worst possibilities. Only 3 people were part of that group that still remained on the crystal floor. They wanted to urgently find Isla, whose vanishing had suddenly generated the first real instance of chaos since the start of their imprisonment. They confirmed that the Sekimeiya hadn't moved from the cleaning room, and their rushed search began. They continually yelled Isla's name, hoping that she would appear before them, even though a single disappearance hadn't yet been linked to direct danger. Erina's nerves were clearly shut, which was why they went through the whole building as fast as they could. Having recently looked through the entire bottom floor, they were done with it swiftly. The elevator should have still been disabled in the attic, so their search continued through the stairs. Emitting clear desperation, they hastily looked through the rest of the building, yelling for Isla. Once they finished, the result took a bit of time to sink in. Not only had they not found Isla, but Katai, Shiroya, and Atsuki hadn't been drawn to their yells either. They thought the elevator was still open, and they chose not to re-enable it yet. Why did they not find us? And why did we not hear them? Yeah. Or at the very least, why didn't we hear them yell Isla? Well, even then, if they went into the room and went Isla, surely we would have heard them. Unless there's like a fucking massive door. Yeah, I guess maybe. If we were sleeping very, very heavy and we didn't and they didn't go up the ladder, then I could see it, yeah. Real deep sleepers, yeah. With a much slower pace and devoid of energy, they headed downstairs, surrounded by the haunting silence. Erina's thought kept returning to the recording, which she could no longer make Cyan Acro listen to, even if she wanted to, as it had disappeared along with Isla's purse. The crystal floor was just as empty as before. None of them knew what to do, so they lethargically walked toward to the lobby. Before them was the immutable shutter, preventing them from escaping and obtaining help. Erina leaned against it while the other two stayed still. Imagining how much Erina was suffering, being faced with the precarious disappearance of her child, they had chosen long ago not to say anything unnecessary. For a while they stayed there, powerless against the confusing reality, hoping that waiting would lead them somewhere. They knew where the Sekimeiya was, but without Katai, dealing with it seemed far from their priority. It appeared impossible that it had been related to Isla's disappearance, but no other explanation existed. Out of the blue, they found themselves alone in a huge building with 2 identical corpses after 4 people had vanished. That's when Katai appeared. The silence had continued uninterrupted since they set foot on the crystal floor. The 3 of them had been thinking about drastically different things. It was an outside sound that finally breached the empty air coming from hallway A. They immediately lifted their heads. The door had been left open, so they all rushed to see if they could spot the origin of the sound. They did so easily. Katai's figure was in the middle of the white floor. His shoulders slumped. As soon as they saw each other, Katai hurried over to them. "Where did you go? We searched for you." Saya shot the first question, and an immediate answer came that left the 3 of them unsatisfied. "I don't know. I think I experienced what Atsuki said. That teleportation. I've been searching for you." That brief explanation was all they got, as the next thing that came out of his mouth was the question they'd known would come. Where are Ayla, Atsuki, and Shiroya? Katai looked through the door and saw the empty hall, 3 faces lowered in front of him, communicating what had occurred. Akuro, knowing how hard it was for Erina to hear those words, chose to speak and briefly explain the recent events. There's a lot of information to take in for Katai, and it only made everything that had recently happened even more confusing. Despite that, he had a few thoughts that he chose to keep to himself. "I see. I'm sorry, but I have no clue what happened. I have no clue what happened to any of us. You said that you searched the building, right?" The others nodded. They told him where Ayla, Atsuki, and Shiroya had disappeared from, so he began walking to where they'd last seen Ayla, as part of the story was what he least understood. They all entered room A5 and were hit by the memory of Ayla's body falling into that looming void. They lowered every lid before leaving, so Sai pointed at the one in question. Katai approached it, finding it hard to believe that nothing had been found inside. He completely denied the thought of any opening or passage inside the cabinet, so he wanted to see if he could get a good idea of what had happened, or if he could reinforce what he believed had truly occurred. He gripped the lower part of the lid with his right arm and lifted it. As soon as the smallest gap appeared, he peeked inside. Even though there was very little light, he frowned. As he continued revealing the cabinet, that frown shifted into a much darker expression. Once he was done, he could only gesture at the others to see with their own eyes, as he couldn't bring himself to say the words out loud. Hearing his faint but trembling voice, Erina ran up to see what he'd seen. When he saw the body of her daughter lying face up, her mind broke. Her mind broke? Is that sort of weird to say? How would they know that? How do they know her mind broke? She's asleep, and all her thoughts were defied. Again, how would they? Where are those sentences coming from? How would they know that? Ayla looked almost like she was sleeping, but the lack of her chest rising made Erina fear the worst. Oh, right. The mothers. Oh, right. Okay, yeah, the mothers. I for some reason I was thinking it was Ayla. Because I was like, the daughter lying face up, her mind broke and all of her thoughts were defied. I thought it was, associated to the fact that the daughter was lying face up. But it's obviously, it's associated to she. Yeah. Right. Without thinking, she reached inside, and as soon as she felt Ayla's skin, she gave out and collapsed onto the cabinet, creating a sight reminiscent of the last time Ayla had been seen. Live O reaction. She had felt no trace of life, only a cold piece of flesh with a texture far from the one she recognized as her daughter. While the others stared with pity, Erina didn't move, her sharp cries piercing the air. The recording which she had begun to see as proof of hope had become an impossibility. After some time, Katai looked inside the cabinet again, while everyone kept an eye on him. He didn't see anything else. Isla rested in the space she disappeared from. The others knew how heartless it was to attempt to solve what had happened right away, but nobody could help but think about how little sense it all made. Isla had disappeared from an empty cabinet and reappeared inside it later. The only change her status from live to dead. The only change her status. I don't. How did that doesn't make any sense. This sentence. A third death had surfaced, and that time someone who'd been with the group from the start was the victim. Once again, a number of questions came along with it, but no answers, not even the cause of death. I think there should have been a colon. The only change, her status from alive to dead. Regardless, the unfortunate reality was that a mother had lost her child on what should. Regardless, the unfortunate reality was a mother had lost her child on what should have been an enjoyable day, which had transfigured into an inexplicable nightmare. The rest of them verified that Isla was no longer alive, and while they were hit hard by such a tragedy, they knew they couldn't begin to imagine what Erina was feeling. They exchanged looks without interfering with her, her body trembling as she hit her face. Eventually she stood up abruptly and bolted out of the room, briefly displaying her tormented expression. Erina had left due to the recollection of Naomi's death. A killer was nearby, and had managed to remain unseen. Even though she couldn't begin to take in what had happened, she understood that her life had walked into something terrible, regret her only companion. She took advantage of the last amount of strength she had within herself and used it while the adrenaline still let her. Frantically, she opened every door in the hallway. Then she looked through every cabinet in case the killer had brazenly hidden in one. Her thoughts on the matter were clear. She knew who to suspect. Katai, Atsuki, and Shiroya could have been responsible in some way. However, as soon as she entered the huge, overwhelming lobby, her body gave out under the full weight of her daughter's death. She wouldn't be able to find her killer, and most likely she would never begin to understand what had happened to her. Suffering from the ultimate feeling of emptiness, he slumped on a wall and slowly slid to the ground. Sai, Akira, and Katai, upon noticing the sound of Erina's movements, had abruptly faded. Walked to the lobby and saw her sitting on the floor ahead. They approached her slowly and remained at her side. A loud noise resounded through the entire floor, and they understood what it had been. The cabinet's lid had fallen when nobody had been looking, sealing Isla inside while also letting her rest peacefully. Nobody chose to leave the lobby. They knew that gravity, a simple law of the universe, had closed Isla's coffin by itself. However, they didn't know the true consequence that sound had brought, and spent the time unaware until the hallway B door opened. Dead child, grieving mother! Alright, this is a good spot for a quick break. So I will take a quick break. So be right back. There's music as well. This music seems way more like what they should have played before. Okay, I can hear that it's gonna start pumping up. In a second it's gonna go crazy, isn't it? It's gonna fucking go crazy style. Bump on it crazy style. Okay, no, this music could work. Okay, I'm gonna go break. Be right back. Alright, so we have 1 dead Isla, 2 dead Naomi. What's next? Quick sip. Sai finished summarizing what had happened, avoiding explicit words that could have hurt Erna even more. It was way too much to take in, and it revealed that we'd slept for longer than we thought. We must have slept like an hour and a half or something? 2 hours? As I looked at Erna, who hadn't raised her head since we'd entered, I saw the wet stains on her lap that I'd missed before. Shiroya looked crushed. She couldn't believe such a sudden and tragic story had unfolded while she slept. I began to feel guilty about my recent actions, once I'd taken in ignorance. I didn't know what to say, so I just stood up, repelling the thought that Isla was really no longer with us. I felt terrible for her. I felt terrible for her and Erna, but also unimaginably pissed off. Instead of having the chance to mourn privately, Erna had to spend hours locked up with us, not understanding how or why her daughter had passed away. It was a bad idea, but I asked it regardless in a quiet voice. Can I go see? Sai nodded hesitantly, said it wasn't his decision. Shiroya must have been horrified at the thought of seeing Isla with her own eyes. I didn't want to see her either, but I wanted to understand what had happened more than anything. It was the least we could do. I didn't know how to act. Only that attempting to comfort Erna was foolish. We told her how sorry we were as soon as Sai mentioned Isla's death, but that had been it. Before I could move, Erna stood up and looked at us. Although she didn't have the strength to speak, she breathed while wiping her face and walked toward hallway A. She needed to know what had occurred. Many things stood out, starting with Isla's behavior. She had gone to that cabinet by herself without explaining why, so there had to be something important there. Then her yell upon seeing its contents. Given how Erna had found the cabinet empty, it seemed possible to conclude what Isla had witnessed. And even though the Sekimeiya had been in the cleaning room, there was a chance that 2 existed. If Isla's disappearance had been caused by the Sekimeiya, it was possible that she had seen a human body. Oh! She saw herself. She saw that Isla. That's not the real Isla that we know. She saw that Isla, and then there was a Sekimeiya down there that teleported her. So in some like hour, well maybe like 30 minutes or something, Isla's just gonna suddenly fucking walk up and be like, "Hey guys, what's up? What's happening here?" It would have warranted the scream, and humans were all that. Did I read the first line? Yeah, all that the Sekimeiya seemed to make travel. Maybe there'd been someone in that cabinet and they disappeared at the same time as Isla. Well, apparently it was stuck under the bottom thing, right? They had to rip open the. Oh, yeah, I guess that wouldn't make sense for her seeing it either. Wasn't it? I thought that's what they said. That the reason why they didn't see it was because they had to rip open the bottom part of the cabinet. They gripped the lower part of the lid. Yeah, they gripped the lower part of the lid. They had to open the lower part. As soon as the smallest gap appeared, he peeked inside. Is that not what they were saying? Or did it just appear? I guess it just appeared, yeah. Maybe there'd been someone in the cabinet and they disappeared at the same time as Isla. However, I kept in mind what Shiroya and I had just discussed. If falling into the cabinet made Isla touch what was inside, she might have traveled with it. If it had become something she possessed. Or for a lack of better term. Yeah, I guess so. If that was what had happened, the source of the range had to have been outside the cabinet, or else the Sekimeiya would have remained inside it. Oh yeah, I guess that's a good... Well, I guess that depends if we know if the Sekimeiya can travel yet or not. Because there's still a chance that the Sekimeiya can travel, and we don't know how. Because we have knowledge that there are multiple Sekimeiyas in some capacity. So there is still a chance that the Sekimeiya can travel in some way. If the range came from the Sekimeiya in the cleaning room, Erina, by the entrance to room A5, should have traveled as well. San Ekro saw Isla falling into the cabinet, so Katai, who had just disappeared, could have been who'd activated it. In that case, nobody would have noticed he'd travel too. Yeah, that works as well, but then how did the body appear? And I'm still curious why she was so, like, why she was, like, drawn to the cabinet as well. Has she been drawn to something in the past? I don't think so. However, the crystal floor had just been searched, so if Katai's range had encompassed the whole cabinet, it might have come from floor 2. If the range went through solid objects and Katai was above the room, the ceiling was no obstacle. Yeah. I also don't understand why it appeared right when Katai opened. Specifically. Or I guess in the time between when Katai came back. I wonder if Katai put it there himself. Katai put the body there afterwards. Cause they were in the where were they when Katai showed up? See, they see him in hallway A. Huh. Which is strangely also the hallway where Isla was found dead in. So I wonder if he hid it in there. And then came to find them and then pretended to be, you know, didn't know. Because obviously the body doesn't disappear, right? It must have shown up somehow. And Katai is like the only one that could have done that. In that story. That's, we're assuming that things don't just teleport in out of nothing. We didn't get told anything about any injuries. Which is also weird. I would assume that all they said was something along the lines of, what did they say? They knew that gravity had... Oh, no, that's just closing the lobby. Or closing the thing. Yeah, she was, like, dead. Yeah, she was also uninjured in her second death, that's true. The first one, she was smashed against the wall, but in the second one, there was no blood. But yeah, the only one I could assume had put the body there was Katai. Or obviously some other unknown individual, you know. But you get the idea. The only person that are with us that I could have assumed would put the body there would be Katai. In fact, my third travel suggested that the range could go through solid objects. The Sekimeiya had been in the cleaning cart. The Sekimeiya had been in the cleaning cart, and I'd been picked up too. So if the Sekimeiya was the nucleus of the range, the cart's wall should have prevented me from traveling. After Isla's disappearance, the group searched through the whole building and didn't find Katai. If he activated the travel from floor 2, he could appear on the crystal floor, escaping the search. However, it was important to note that they never found me and Shiroya, so their search wasn't perfect. That theory explained Katai and Isla's disappearance. I'm still curious about that as well, that they never found main character or Shiroya. I would have asked about that. I would have led them up to exactly where they were sleeping and asked if they went into that room, if they checked the upstairs bedrooms. Because the fact that they didn't find them could maybe say something else. That theory explained Katai and Isla's disappearances, along with the lack of the Sekimeiya in the cabinet. Would it mean that it was all just an unfortunate coincidence, though? Isla had found something peculiar about the cabinet, and there had been something frightening inside it. We were all in front of it. Since nobody else was going to step in, I walked forward myself. I was afraid and worried about how Isla would look, but I needed to find something that hinted at what had happened. I began raising the lid while everyone kept their eyes slightly diverted from me. I carefully leaned in on the wall so that it wouldn't close again. Then I finally looked inside, hoping that the dim light would prevent the sight from being too harsh. Wait, this isn't what you said. What isn't? Sai, thinking I'd accused him of lying, walked forward while everyone else frowned. As soon as he looked, he understood what I meant. Huh? I don't get it. Why is this... The others all got closer. They saw Isla resting face up with her knees folded. However, my own tiny wish had been denied by the Sekimeiya beside her, emitting a faint light which illuminated her more than I'd wanted. What? It shouldn't be here. I haven't gone to the cleaning room myself, but I'm certain that when I saw her, there was nothing else here. I didn't find it appropriate to blame her for leaving the Sekimeiya out of the cabinet since Isla had... blame them for leaving the Sekimeiya out of the cabinet since Isla had disappeared, but none of us could have moved it. Yes, I'm sure the Sekimeiya wasn't here when we left. Erna, who had been the only one to refrain from looking, gave a small nod when our eyes met. There's no way it got here by itself. Kitai left the room as he gestured at us to follow. Naturally, he was going to the cleaning room, so Shiroya and I instinctively looked at each other, knowing how that would end. What the... They did say that they weren't gonna search for Atsuki and Shiroya. They did say that because they basically said it was pointless to do so because they knew that they traveled. But what doesn't make sense is that when they were searching for Katai, or no, when they were searching for Isla. Wait, who were they searching? Yeah, when they were searching. I don't remember if it was Katai or Isla, but when they were searching, they went to the attic where we were, and they said they searched they searched the whole attic. And that's what's confusing, because they would have found us then. What the... Oh right, you said the cleaning cart disappeared after our travel. This is too much. Does it simply not exist anymore? We'd hidden the Sekimeiya, but admitting it was pointless, as that had nothing to do with Isla's death, would only make us extremely suspicious. I made sure to communicate my stance on it to Shiroya by appearing to be surprised. It's not here. We left the Sekimeiya in this bucket. What then? Did it teleport to Isla? Listen, Atsuki, I don't want to throw out useless accusations right now, but you understand that you and Shiroya are the only two people who could have moved it, right? That's not true. Someone who came from the future could have done it too. You're right, but assuming that didn't happen, it could have only been you two. Katai could have taken it as well, but he couldn't have left it in the cabinet. This is the first time you've seen the cleaning cart gone, right? You came to the lobby from hallway B, so did you not explore those rooms? Why did you go straight to the lobby? Understand that what you've told us is what you two spent all this time. Understand that what you've told us is that you two spent all this time asleep in the attic. Despite this, you weren't found. You didn't find Katai either, so you obviously didn't do a great job. And you were in a rush, so you kept yelling Isla's name while quickly looking. I bet you didn't look at the upper levels of the bedrooms, which... Oh, here we go! We get to hear it now. Which is where we were, and since we were asleep, we didn't hear you. And yes, we found it unlikely you'd be in a crystal room, so our first instinct was to go to the event room and then to the lobby. Forgive me, but I find this hard to believe. You came from hallway B, which is unneeded for what you're saying. In fact, since you knew the Sekimeiya had been in the cleaning room, what I find most believable is that you came here straight away. We didn't. We just had to go to the bathroom after sleeping, so we took hallway B afterward. Both of you. Yes, does that matter? If I'm not misremembering, there's a corpse covering the entire floor of the men's. Did it not bother you? Don't be stupid. I used the other one too. I'd admittedly missed that, but Sai stopped talking as it had started to feel very disrespectful. But I wasn't sure if he was accusing us of hiding the Sekimeiya or of being involved in Isla's death. I didn't have to say it, but I'd been ready to claim that we'd hidden it in Isla's cabinet. We would have appeared from hallway A. Well, no matter. The Sekimeiya moved from here to the cabinet. I don't know why the culprit would do this. Shiroya and I had hidden the Sekimeiya in Naomi's locker, so it was even more confusing for us. Nobody could have put it in the cabinet. The goals seemed impossible to decipher, and there was the entire existence of another Sekimeiya to deal with. Something Sai had said bothered me. The culprit. He's implying that what had happened to Isla was someone's fault, and one who had orchestrated everything deliberately. I wasn't so convinced about that, so we moved again to where Isla lay to determine an important fact, the cause of her death. Finally! We left the lid uncovered, and as I peeked inside, I saw that the Sekimeiya was still present. It was white and it emitted a bit of light around itself. I covered my hand with my sleeve and reached in to grab it. I underestimated the depth of the cabinet. My fingers brushed the Sekimeiya, causing it to roll in contact with Isla's face. Okay. I thought it would teleport her, just as it touched her face. Frowning, I retreated properly and stood up straight. Remember what we thought about Naomi? Why isn't he telling us how warm it is? I'm assuming it's cold, but why isn't he telling us? I would like to know if it's like boiling hot or if it's just cold again. Remember what we thought about Naomi? That maybe the Sekimeiya replicated her dead body? Yeah, but well, that's not true, because we found it in the cart, where it was also glowing. In the, well, not the cart, the bucket. When we found it, when we came back, it was also glowing, and it was cold. Oops. Yeah, but in the cabinet it has the cooling thing, so that makes sense. Now though, it's actually cold. Yeah, look right here. Wait, it's not hot at all. I hid my hand under the sleeve and kneeled to grab the Sekimeiya. I touched it with my shirt, and nothing around me had changed. As I stood up while holding it, I noticed something was wrong. Remember what we thought about Naomi? That maybe the Sekimeiya replicated her dead body? Well, I actually knocked it into Isla's cheek, and given how the Sekimeiya is still white, and I wasn't picked up by any range, it's unlikely anything happened. Is it hot? Slightly, yes. Really, it was almost as hot enough to hurt, but it didn't. Ah, so it's ready. Right now, it's ready to teleport. Right now, it's ready to be used because it's hot, right? So it is ready to be activated. Really, it was almost hot enough to hurt, but I didn't feel like indulging Sai. Since I didn't know what to do with it, I made my way to the event room and put it in the cabinet. I explored the possibility of activating myself, but it discarded it quickly, so it was clear that we didn't truly know how it worked, and a death that seemed to have closely tied to its mechanics had just taken place. Going back, I met Katai in the hallway. I went to grab this from the security room. It's a little flashlight I used to move around the floors when the lights are off. It should help. It should be helpful. What for? All the lights are on. Oh, I guess to look into the cabinet, maybe. I guess that's not the worst idea. I see, it will. Once I returned, I showed the light to Erina, letting her know that it'd help us examining Isla and the cabinet. Erina, are you okay with this? If you prefer, we can wait until the police investigate. I do want to see if there's anything to find and learn what happened, but I understand if you want to hold us off. No, go ahead. Okay. If nothing else, it was good to see that she didn't strongly suspect us of being responsible, even though it seemed that only Shiroya and I could have had the chance to move the Sekimeiya. Based on the story that Sai told us, it should have also been possible for Sai, Akro, and Katai to be working together and put the Sekimeiya there themselves, but I considered it far from likely. I stepped forward again. My intention was not to touch Isla directly, and even though I'd appreciated the lack of proper illumination earlier, I was about to use a light myself, and it made me uneasy, but the darkness could easily obscure something vital. As soon as I turned it on, the flashlight proved to be potent. I illuminated the entire room, and for the first time, we clearly saw what the walls and ceilings looked like. They could almost be called disfigured, but nothing else stood out. I moved to the cabinet, and aside from Erina, who remained by the door, the rest got closer too. I could clearly see Isla's hauntingly peaceful face. It was overwhelming, and for an instant I thought I'd suddenly wake back up in the attic. However, apart from that, the result wasn't what I expected. The cabinet wasn't concealing anything from us. In fact, the interior was as it appeared. Not a single drop of blood had stained it. There was no hint towards the way Isla had lost her life. For the first time, and with a slight frown, I reached my hand out to touch her. However, any doubts I had were wiped away by contacting her lifeless skin. Even though nothing indicated how it happened, Isla was not alive. How had the leap from life to death happened? I had no good guess. I spoke in a faint voice so that Erina wouldn't hear me. 2 weeks prior, a death had destroyed my life, but that was almost minuscule compared to how Erina must have felt. If I had any answers for her, they needed to be certain. I can't know what happened to her just by looking. There's no blood at all. It reminds me a bit of the second Naomi. That's what you said as well, Jedi. So physical damage wasn't the cause, unless brain damage from a blow didn't leave a wound. It could have been poisoning. You think someone had a chance to poison her in a situation like this? I'm just keeping my options open. I don't know. If someone did this to her, sure, but in terms of natural deaths, not many things would apply. Children don't have their hearts suddenly fail very often. The Sekimeiya was involved in some way, so we just have to think about it. We just have to think about more out of the ordinary causes. Yeah, what if traveling is what caused this to begin with? When she disappeared, she traveled through time and appeared somewhere else. If she couldn't have existed at that point, it's possible she appeared in this state. Even though she reminds me of the second Naomi, that body had a head wound. I can't see any such thing here, though. What else would leave her in this state? Starvation, for example? Well, she would have died of dehydration before starvation, and that has effects on the skin. I gently pinched Isla's cheek, lightly pulled it, and then released it. If someone is dehydrated, their skin isn't very elastic. I don't see anything indicating it here. It looks normal. Also, she'd have to have spent a pretty long time in here. Definitely more than a day. What about asphyxiation? Jesus Christ. Couldn't get that X in. Someone could easily do that since she's a kid, but there are no marks on her neck. I meant asphyxiation within the cabinet. It doesn't seem very large, so could that have happened? I doubt it. It's true that something was up with the cabinet, but that would require her to spend a long time inside, and there's no reason why she wouldn't have gotten out. That would take a lot less time than dehydration, but it's still considerable. Let's say she couldn't escape though. The way she'd die would be from carbon dioxide intoxication, not from lack of oxygen. Even in a small space like this, it takes 6 to 7 hours. Maybe even more, since a child would breathe less. I mean, she would also lie differently, right? She wouldn't lie like this if she died from asphyxiation. Like, she would obviously try to get out. She would just lie down like this, like as if she's taking a nap. It was far less than 7 hours ago when we last looked through this room and these cabinets. Thank you, Sai. That's good point, Sai. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. Right, the way this happened, we can't tell if it was a homicide or an accident caused by the Sekimeiya. She most likely traveled to the past, but even if she spent that time in the cabinet, it wouldn't have been enough to kill her. And since Erna wasn't picked up by the travel, it's likely she didn't go very far back. There's another reason why I believe something like that. Wait. There's another reason why I believed something like that might have happened. It was Isla's yell. If she traveled to the past and spent time in the cabinet, it meant that Isla screamed because she saw her own body. However, the same travel would have made two bodies travel back, multiplying the number every time. That couldn't be right. It also meant that the body she saw was alive. What I just said replayed in my mind probably 6 or 7 hours ago. Probably 6 or 7 hours would have been needed for her to suffocate inside the cabinet. That time would have been cut in half if two Islas had been in the cabinet breathing twice as much air. Nonetheless, if that was completely off the mark, there's no other possibility except a bizarre homicide, which was one of the most unnerving thoughts that could come to me. I still have no idea why the Sekimeiya appeared here. You sure it wasn't here before you left, right? Yes, we checked around her. Then something else happened that put it here. If someone brought it here deliberately, it was the culprit who needed it for whatever happened. If not, then it means that the Sekimeiya can teleport on its own. Maybe that's why we didn't find it when Isla disappeared. The Sekimeiya she traveled with also teleported. Yes, but if that's it, it would have appeared with Isla's body, not later. We continued looking at her face, slight traces of pain present behind its seemingly serenity. A few hot tears stung the corners of my eyes. The peaceful appearance she had was a cruel joke, nothing more. Although I keep trying to reach a conclusion, everything was too broad and nebulous to definitely conclude anything. At my side, Shiroya hadn't taken her eyes off Isla, and she hadn't spoken in a while. Eventually we turned around. Erna was by the door, looking at the ground. I couldn't imagine what her thoughts were, but we let her know the gist of what we determined. She accepted what we said with almost imperceptible nods. We didn't know what else to do, but as we were about to leave, she stepped into the room and walked up to Isla again. I wasn't sure why until I saw her staring inside and crying again. We silently watched her, understanding how excruciating the sight was that she still had to look. When she was ready, she stood up. She stood up straight and approached us. We had only known her for a few hours, but I felt the most sincere pity for her. Excluding Naomi, Isla was the second death I'd had to directly face. If the past 2 weeks hadn't drained me like they had, I probably would have been unable to control my emotions. I recalled the recording that told us Isla would have been alive in a month. How to treat it, I had no idea. But it had ironically become a last hope. Whoa, wait, what? What are you guys saying? What the fuck to? Oh, excluding Naomi. Well, I think what Yeah, excluding Naomi. The other one was Mia, right? Oh, but I don't really know why excluding Naomi. That's sort of a weird thing to say. You could have just said Isla was the third death I had to directly face. Why do you say excluding Naomi? That is sort of weird. Excluding Naomi. That would have to be something like this was the second death I now, or like this would be the first death I would have to directly face. Excluding Naomi. Why would he do that? Could the Sekimeiya have the power to bring a person back to life? It wasn't that crazy of a thought depending on how it worked, so the recording coming true at the cost of spending a month in the tower was the best case scenario. If one thing was certain, it was that some kind of plan existed behind it. Out of everyone there, the recorder had appeared inside Isla's purse. Not only that, but the audio on it was downright bizarre. In a few hours, at 2100, we'd have a much better understanding of its veracity. Although we hadn't checked, it's very likely within that mysterious cabinet, still inside Isla's purse. After giving the flashlight back to Katai, he brought it to the security room. Once again, we moved to the lobby due to its proximity to the outside world and how spacious it was. Shiroya, Katai, and I sat on the couch. There were chairs next to the reception desk, but everyone else chose to sit on the floor in silence, leaning against the wall. While I wanted to know what was going on even more, I only had the energy to think to myself. I was almost sure that two Sekimeiya existed, and that one had been the source of Isla's death. I still held the key to the other one. Well, we don't know that yet. That one might also be gone for all we know. My intent was to eventually check on the Sekimeiya that we had, so I had to eventually decide what to do regarding that. We were all sitting down, letting the time pass and waiting for our release. If I didn't do anything, it was possible the police would find the key on me. Giving away that I'd been the one to hide the Sekimeiya, I'd have to discard it before it was too late. I could see Shiroya next to me, staring at the tiles. She'd still been trying to accept me as death. Naomi's had surely made things worse, and Isla, who had taken a liking to Shiroya fairly quickly, was gone too. The best thing I could do for her was let her process it. Unlike 2 weeks ago, we'd seen Isla's dead body, meaning that using the Sekimeiya to prevent her death was almost certainly impossible. Despite that, it would probably still be useful to understand what had happened if we used it to go to the past. Can the past be changed? There are many different ways the universe could work. Upon traveling, would the timeline we live in change instantly? If so, the person who traveled would be the only one aware of the change, and everyone else would only have memories of the new timeline. Another way that once you travel and change the past, a new flow of time is created with that change. In this case, the original world would continue without being affected, and the person who had traveled would stop existing in it altogether. But it doesn't seem like the Sekimeiya allows for either one. We travel to the past, to the very same timeline, and don't change anything, yet the travels do allow for occurrences to happen that we've already experienced before traveling. It's impossible to feel sure about this, but hours ago I tried to save Naomi. As soon as I became determined to change the past, and just when it seemed possible, the universe put a barrier in front of me and made everything occur as it had. Even though it might have already been too late to save Naomi when I ran to the bathroom, I had already decided not to let her killer escape. Even that was seamlessly denied. We'd kept the Sekimeiya we traveled with inside Naomi's locker. If we were right about it sending us farther back in time the longer it wasn't cold, we might have been able to use it to go more than 2 weeks into the past. I knew nothing good would come from that, but at least seeing Mia again was a vague possibility. However, the Sekimeiya hadn't appeared to work when we hit it, so we simply had to hope it would start working again before doing anything. To go back far enough, the time traveled couldn't be less than or equal to the time stored, but I didn't think that was the case. If keeping the Sekimeiya out of the cabinet for 20 minutes resulted in a 20-minute travel, we couldn't go so far back. But if a minute stored resulted in a 30-minute travel, it could become possible, although it wouldn't correspond to my three travels. I thought about something. Why had the Sekimeiya not worked when we stored it in the locker? Could the universe have prevented it from working? What if, after traveling, we would have been guaranteed to change what had already occurred? Maybe the Sekimeiya would disallow any travel that was going to lead into an impossibility. Once more, a thought led me back to the recorder that informed us that we'd spent my and Shiroya's birthdays in the tower. If it came true, we could possibly store the Sekimeiya for 30 days, granting what would surely be a massive travel. We found the recorder in our present, so a clear implication was that someone had traveled from the future to bring it to us. It had appeared inside Isla's purse, but she couldn't have been the one to bring it back since she was dead, yet somehow it also seemed to prove that she would be alive in a month. And to top it off, the recorded voices of Sai and Acrobat sounded particularly surprised to see her. I got a bit dizzy. Just what was the reality of it all? It had to be related to Isla's mysterious friend. What? That's such a strange thing to be like, oh, you know what, all of this, it must be related to Isla's mysterious friend. Someone in that silent room with me could have had the intention to trap us for an entire month, potentially so that they could achieve a very far travel. As I thought about it, I cemented more and more how important it was to fully understand the Sekimeiya. While the person responsible had to be around us, it was possible they hadn't thought of it yet. Since Aaron and Shiroya had heard the recording, I found it unlikely either of them would be the one to eventually cause that outcome. If they did, their idea of staying for one more month would originally come from hearing the recording, just like how I'd thought of some of its benefits only because of the idea was presented to me. A casual loop like that, generating an idea from nothing, still sounded irrational to me. Sai was the one who first presented the draft of a theory I was using, that the time the Sekimeiya spent outside the cabinet was what determined the amount of time traveled. If that was the fundamental motive of our extended imprisonment, Sai was the best candidate to suspect. He had never listened to the audio. However, that same recording also made it sound as if we'd been abandoned by the world outside, so it was potentially foolish to blame someone in the building instead. But the reality was that we were most likely still sharing space with a murderer who had killed anywhere from 1 to 3 times. The death of the second Naomi had almost certainly been a normal homicide, but I wasn't sure if that was the case with if the case was the same with Isla. The culprit's actions had been linked up to the Sekimeiya from the beginning, and they had managed to escape us so far. It was strange how they'd known about the Sekimeiya's powers right away. It had begun to seem like they were from the far future. We could all easily have been in the middle of their process. All of us had learned about the Sekimeiya's powers. Then someone decided to trap us for an entire month and would actually accomplish it somehow. In the future, once the required time passed, they would travel back and exist at the start of the day's events with a full understanding of the Sekimeiya. They would cause what they'd once seen, which meant that at that moment a future version of one of us existed somewhere. It was a bit paradoxical too, but depending on how they would replicate the events they'd experienced, it might have made sense. It was the first time I traveled to the past when Shiroya hadn't realized that I was from the future. What if we had already found the culprit in one of our searches, but didn't realize it? Could they have impersonated their past self at some point? I might have been completely off, and without the recording's existence, my thoughts would have been vastly different. If it had been faked in order to mislead us, it had been proven to be very effective. If we had to trust it, the fact that the person who travelled brought the voice recorder with them was still crucial. They surely had a solid reason to do that. One I wanted to believe they'd come up with independently, not just because they previously experienced the reality in which the voice recorder was brought to the past. We wouldn't have food to survive, and there was no way Ashia and the police would abandon us. However, if the recording we'd heard would truly occur in the future, there's one last thing I had to consider. I believed that, somehow, it would be one of us who would trap everyone inside the tower for longer than we expected. While it sounded impossible, we possessed the Sekimeiya, which had powers we didn't know the extent of. It was likely that keeping the tower shut would be even harder from the outside. Inside, we had access to the computer that meant that the security system, altering the alarm's function, was well in reach. It wasn't that simple, though. Even if one of us permanently locked the exit, the outside would have to get us out in less than a month, as it would become a life or death situation. They had said that blowing off the shutters wasn't viable, but there had to be something they could do if it came down to it. An underground passage, for example. There's no way shutters would keep us trapped for a month. And regarding the motive, I didn't think it was being unrealistic. It might have been used to the Sekimeiya in a specific way, and I couldn't think of anything else. That would confirm the time travel wasn't determined with a 1-to-1 ratio. If 10 stored minutes resulted in a travel of 10 minutes, storing more time, or up to a month, would be useless. No matter how much time the Sekimeiya spent outside of its cabinet, activating it would always send you to the point where time had begun to be stored. When I thought of that, I came to a pretty unsettling realization. If that was the motive of someone's grand plan, the Sekimeiya would have stored a great deal of time after a month. At least 1 month back, probably more. We'd reached the conclusions that the range was likely proportional to the time traveled, that it most likely went through solid objects. If the range of a 40-minute travel was equaled a sizable room, a 30-day travel would surely reach far outside the tower. That would encompass many people outside, and they'd be sent back alongside the culprit who activated the Sekimeiya. Of course, there hadn't been any reports of a bunch of people suddenly arriving from the future. Well, he doesn't know that. He's not been outside. Maybe people have started appearing from the future. The minutes continued to pass, and the mutual silence remained broken. I went back over everything I'd considered, but ultimately we would have to wait to decide further on any theory. At the very least, considering all those options would prepare me for whatever would end up happening. I didn't reach any conclusion. Everything that came to mind I had already thought of. Waiting like that only slowed our perception of time, but there was nothing else we could do. Shiroya kept looking at her lap, breathing deeply every so often. Erina hadn't moved in a long time, and her knees hid her face from us. Zai's, Akro, and Katai's expressions alternated between concern and thought. They rarely lifted their heads. What? This is the first time they've ever shown a screen like this. They have never shown a screen like this. Ever. What? That is such a weird screen to show. I'm pretty sure they've just in the past just stated like 30 minutes went by or something like that. We'd been gone, I guess. But yeah, like that's such a weird thing to just suddenly show. They could just have I guess just enjoy your screen, you filthy animal. Sit in the lobby and spend 12 hours without doing anything. Then what about the Naomi corpse? What about the Naomi corpse? We remained frozen like that for a long time, during which we all must have been thinking about Ayla, Naomi, the Sekimeiya, and the culprit behind it all. The sound that resumed time's march came from one of us. We turned our blank faces and saw Katai standing up, stretching his arms a little. I'm going to the bathroom. With a faint but hoarse voice, Showing him that he hadn't cleared his throat in a while, he let us know his destination. Nobody responded to him, so he left through hallway A. Why? Why did he go through hallway A? Why didn't he go through hallway B? Even if he was over here, he would have to go this way anyway, right? He would have to do this distance. So going through hallway A seems really suspicious. I mean, alternatively, it's because he wants to go up the floor to the other bathrooms. But then I feel like he should have said that specifically before just leaving through hallway A. That seems really suspicious that he leaves through hallway A. We turned our eyes back down as if nothing had happened. What he'd just done was easy to label as suspicious behavior, but nobody said anything. That's what I'm saying, Shinjok. It was his fault all this time. The Sekimeiya was in its unlocked cabinet. However, it was kept cold and Shiroi and I were in possession of the other one. Katai wouldn't be able to activate it and go substantially back in the past. All he could do was move it, leaving himself as the only suspect. At least that's what I thought, until another sound reached our ears. I'll go too. It's been a while. Okay, he left through hallway B. Okay. That's interesting. I'm happy at least we can trust him. Which he'd been closer to. All of a sudden, the two most questionable people had gone off on their own. They had closed both doors behind them. It didn't change what I thought. They couldn't go back to the past. Shiroi and I looked at each other, but we decided to ignore them and wait. It's a little strange that Sai had left right after Katai. Perhaps we were still worried of him and wanted to see what he'd gone to do. I thought further on it. Was the possibility of one of them going considerably back to the past truly something I could rule out? If everything was as we thought, yes, I'd personally put the Sekimeiya in its cabinet, and at that moment I felt the cold temperature. After that, nobody had entered the room. It wouldn't have been possible for anyone to unplug the cabinet or take the Sekimeiya out later. We remained on the floor, waiting for Katai and Sai to come back as we kept every thought to ourselves. The atmosphere had suddenly become a lot more uneasy as soon as one of us departed. Akiro kept looking at the... Oh,
It's Rick and Morty time.
Jesus Christ. Welcome, aerobatics. Akiro kept looking at the door Katai had disappeared through, visibly doubting him. Erina, on the other hand, hadn't reacted to Sai's movement in the slightest. Two minutes passed without either of them returning. It was nothing alarming, but every second dragged on. I expected Katai to come back first, so as I watched the hallway A door, I considered how odd it was that he'd left through it. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, main character Atsuki. I'm telling you. It's weird. Hello? The game? After more than 5 minutes, I began to worry. I chose not to pointlessly voice my suspicions because of Isla's death, but Sai and Katai might have personally abused that. I'll see if I can find them. I stood up and directed myself towards hallway B. I didn't want to be the third person to leave suspiciously, so I only intended to check if I could see anyone next to the bathrooms. Before I could reach the doorknob, the opposite door opened. From behind it came Katai, who quickly saw me and gave me a conspicuous frown. Where are you going? To see if I can find you and Sai. Why did you take so long? I went to the bathroom, so that's not an appropriate question. Did Sai go to find me too? No, he said he'd also go to the bathroom. I see. Did you not see him? Also, forgive me for all these questions, but why did you leave and come back from hallway... Why did you leave and come back from hallway A if you went to the bathrooms? Atsuki, do you not remember what's in the bathroom on this floor? Oh, okay. I sort of expected that this would be his excuse for using the bathroom on... or using hallway A door. I could have chosen to go to the women's, but I went on the one on floor 2 instead. That's likely why I didn't see Sai. Alright. Perhaps I jumped the gun too quickly. Even though Sai's long absence was still in my mind, he'd gone to a different bathroom, so he hadn't had to wait for it to become available. I resumed what I was doing and opened the hallway B door. I saw it devoid of anyone and with every door closed, including the bathrooms in the distance. I don't see anyone. It's been almost 10 minutes. What do you... Okay, hold on. I don't see anyone. It's been almost 10... What do you mean? Do you think he's like shitting with the bathroom door open? Are you okay, Atsuki? Of course the bathroom doors would be closed. What's wrong with you? Before I could leave, Shiroya stood up and came with me. I'll help you. I can't just keep sitting there. Alright, we shouldn't take long. As Sai had done... Music stopped. As I had done, we closed the door behind us. I knew Shiroya had spent plenty of time silently mourning our loss, so I understood her, repeating it was unbearable. I need to occupy myself with something after sitting for so long. I'm sure she felt the same about Sai's behavior being off. He'd openly accused her earlier, so her impression of him had to be poor. Let's check the event room first. We headed there and verified that Sekimeiya was still present. I looked behind the cabinet and saw the cord plugged into the outlet too. Next we moved to the bathrooms. Although the doors were closed, neither of them was locked, and Sai wasn't inside. It looked like he really took this chance to do something. If he went to a bathroom above, Katai would have seen him. I feel like he might have gone to search for the Sekimeiya that we have. It was the one he hid in the cleaning room. Yeah, it's possible. He's probably somewhere on this floor. Beginning with the hallway B rooms, we opened every door and briefly searched for him. See, okay, I disagree with what they're doing here. I would have gone back to the lobby first and been like, we can't find Sai. He's not in any of the 2 bathrooms. And if he was in floor 2, Katai would have seen him. Because now they're looking through a bunch of rooms, which is going to seem really suspicious. Because, like, what if someone comes out now and they're, like, looking through a bunch of rooms? They're like, oh, what are you guys doing? And they're like, oh, we're just looking for Sai. It was like, wasn't Sai going to the bathroom? Well, we already looked in the bathroom. Why didn't you come tell us that you couldn't find Sai then? It's like, it's super weird, isn't it? Like, at least go tell the others. Beginning with the hallway B rooms, we opened every door and briefly searched for him. We'd learned already which cabinets had interiors large enough to contain a person, and after what had happened to Ayla, checking them was less due to routine and more so necessity. We decided that there was no purpose in checking the Sekimeiya and Naomi's locker, since we could have been seen, and we didn't want to move it or activate it. It was possible it wasn't working anyway. Story got a progress. Shiroya sounded hesitant about that decision, but I also hadn't abandoned the thought of trying to use it later and find out what had happened to Ayla at the very least. We entered a room, made sure it was empty, and moved on to the next. As I was checking the cabinets in the room where we'd found the first Naomi, the interior of one of them immediately let me know something about it was different. Upon unlocking it and opening its cover, a frigid burst of air hit my face. Katai had stated that room contained the cabinets with temperature regulation functions. However, the previous times we'd opened them, no special temperature had been set. Shiroya noticed my reaction and came to see if anything was wrong. After feeling the cold air that was begun to diffuse through the room, she checked the wheel on the right side of the cabinet. It's set to 0 degrees. It had to have been changed recently. An image. Allow me to add it. Become more powerful than you could possibly imagine. Thank you. I will add this to the screen. It goes right here. There's nothing inside, so that's pretty strange. It's a different cabinet than the one I'd first travelled from, and I wasn't sure why it would be done since the Sekimeiya hadn't been put inside. When we got the locket key from Naomi, it might have already been like this, so we can't just suspect Sai and Katai. Yeah, and we can't blindly believe Sai's story either, regardless who did this. Didn't let the others know, so we should probably revert the temperature. Someone might be counting on this cabinet for later if they change the temperature in preparation. If I switch the wheel to room temperature, we should be able to close the lid. I nodded, and she did so before we left the room. It wasn't clear if setting it to room temperature would make the inside of the cabinet match the outside, if it would only stop the regulation, but leaving the lid open would communicate to whoever changed the temperature that their measures had been reversed. We proceeded to the other rooms and resumed the search. We didn't want to waste much time, or we'd become the suspicious ones. As soon as hallway B was done, we began with the parallel hallway. The first room we entered was the storeroom, continuing with our backward order. It was one of the smallest rooms on the entire floor, and its purpose was still a bit unclear, as it wasn't storing anything that was particularly useful. Given how small it was, we should have left it immediately, but Shiroya noticed something that prolonged our stay. Wait, come here, look at this part of the wall. Oh, so this game is about finding things out? Yeah, I guess it's sort of about... Roger, I will ban you. I will permanently ban you. Shiroya, who'd gotten to the end of the dimly lit room, was pointing her finger at the place she wanted me to see. I stepped in, making my way through the cluttered, narrow space. Then I looked beyond her finger, faintly illuminated by the single light. It took me a while to understand what she meant. She was pointing at the left corner, and after glancing up and down in search of anything out of place, I finally noticed the oddity she'd found. Huh, how did you even notice this? The wall was dirty and uneven from years of aging. You could still see the outline of a grid that separated the wall into tiny squares. They were all defined by white lines that had started to fade with time. On one of the squares touching the left wall, Shiroya has seen a slight lack of dust, which was otherwise present on every other surface of the room. Even though the poor illumination made it hard to see, what seemed to be fingerprints existed on it. Not only that, but its close surroundings were a bit cleaner than the rest of the walls. From the door I saw this area reflecting the hallway C light a lot more. I didn't know when, but it looks like someone touched this corner. I suppose so, but I doubt it means anything. We can't be sure it happened today. Hold on, these fingerprints. It's hard to see, but they're not vertical, right? Yeah, they look horizontal. You wouldn't touch any wall with 3 fingers in this horizontal position accidentally. Literally just a novel. I agree. It is it's very novelly. So far, not quite as actiony as Raging Loop was. I wouldn't think so. Just touching it would leave them vertical, more separated. I shaped my hand to match the 3 fingerprints and placed it over them. My arm formed a right angle with the left wall, but it didn't make me understand the meaning of what we'd found. I have no idea why you'd ever touch a corner of a room like this. There's nothing important in this room either. When are you playing Umineko fully on stream? Probably never. Huh? What? As I removed my hand from the wall, I felt something. Did something happen? When I took away my hand, it seemed as if the square moved a bit. I didn't see anything. I pressed my fingers on the square again. Instead of pulling away, I moved my hand around. As I thought, it was a bit loose. You're right. It's moving a little. It didn't go anywhere, though. I could only move it sideways, and it wouldn't detach from the wall. You do have Homestuck to look forward to. I hope you're excited. I'll play the full Homestuck video game live on stream. This must be why someone touched this spot, but it's not doing anything. Will it move any more than that? It was sliding side to side, almost imperceptibly. Realizing that I hadn't been applying enough force, I attempted to move it past its apparent limit. All of a sudden, as if there was a... what the fuck? All of a sudden, as if it were a door, the wall opened, revealing a hidden space behind. What the fuck? It's a hidden door. I'd slid the moving piece to the right. Before I could think, my hand had pushed open the entire wall. It was revealed to be very thin, and past it, the corridor extended. They've even got secret passages here? What is this place? No light existed on the other side, but it seemed to lead to a narrow area. There's another door. Yes, but it doesn't have a handle. At first I thought it was just another wall. I tried to push it open, but it didn't move. Where a handle or a doorknob should have been, there were two round holes. A big one with metallic pieces inside, and a smaller empty one. Someone here knows about this, right? Those marks have to mean someone opened this recently. And no matter if they went through the door, the culprit could have easily escaped from us if they just hid here. Why was something like this even built in the first place? It might have been part of the Ashiya's countermeasures to sin, but that means that Katai would have to know about it. I mean, no matter what it's for, there's no way he doesn't know about this, right? The part of the storeroom felt colder than the rest of the building, likely because the temperature regulation didn't reach it. Still awestruck, I kept examining the door. Does he know? I think there should be a handle here. Alright, Mr. fucking Genius is off to a good start. When you remove a handle with a keyhole from a door, you're left with these holes. I think the small one is where the keyhole should be. Oh shit! Oh yeah! Let me shout you out. What the hell? Okay, I have a lot of people to welcome. I have so many people to welcome. Alright, let me get through them. Welcome Space Toilet Master. Welcome Space Turtle Dude. Two people with almost similar names. Welcome Bluntman. Welcome Prof Happy. A random person. Poutine Boy. Frozen Burst. Feed Snacks. There's Oya. Welcome Black Wolf. Welcome Charger. Welcome SSJ4. Welcome Cesar. Is that all? I think that's all. I did stream Raging Loop, yes. I streamed Raging Loop earlier this year. 113, fuck. Welcome in, everyone. Let's do a complimentary... What's a good sound? What's a good sound? Let me open up my sounds. I have so many sounds. You can just throw in so many numbers and you'll
Why so serious?
There's a sound. Here's a good one. Oh my god. Who cursed Oya and then immediately she got messed up. Alright. Welcome. I hope you had a good stream. What were you up to? Let me check. Pacific Drive. I think I didn't get much chance to watch today. But you have been playing the driving game a few times, so I have seen you play it. Oh, actually, you're timed out, aren't you? I should hold on, untime out. I can't believe it. I can't believe Shin would do this to you. You have to be a pirate now, though. Oh, she's gone again. You have to be a pirate, Oya. You have to be a pirate. You have to be a pirate. You have to say R. Yeah, there you go. Look, oh, yar. Oh, she's gone again. That's the curse. The curse forces you. Oh, she's gone again. I just constantly untiming her out. And she immediately disappeared. Wait, that's not how you spell your name. There you go. You have to be a pirate. R. Yar. You have to be like, oh, she's gone again. Lamau. Yar. On time out. Yeah, so we have curses here. So basically, you can target someone. I think Shinjuk has had it well enough for too long, so I'm gonna curse Shinjuk. Oh, he got it as well. He has to be a pirate too. He has to be a pirate too. So now you get to team up with Shinjuk. Oh yeah, good. Let's all fucking curse Shinjuk. Does she know? So we have curses here. So when you curse someone, they're forced to do something. If they don't do it, they get timed out. You can absolutely have a curse. I will. What the hell? I will curse you. Oh, everyone's cursing each other now. Oh, Roger, you're cursing him for yeah. Yar. Oh, there's a cap. There is not a cap to it, actually, Shinjuk. I'll have you know, there's not a cap to it. You can curse people indefinitely if you would like. So right now it's let's see. How long is your curse? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Your curse is 30 minutes long, Shin. Af? No, not af. Sure. Oh yeah, you have to say it's R, not af. No, don't curse me. But yeah, so you can curse each other. You can curse people in chat, and if you curse people, they get this curse, and they must do it. It starts 5 minutes, and every time you curse them again, it adds 5 minutes on top of that. There's a lot of curses, a lot of them. They don't work if you do a redeem, so don't worry about having to do it if you want to do sound redeems as well. And but there's a lot of funny curses that forces people to say different things. So feel free to curse other people. I know Roger loves curses. So we'll give him a curse. See, there's a Shusuke one. He now has to include your mom in every message that he types, or he gets timed out. So there's a lot of pop-up. Stop with the pop-ups. That redeem doesn't do anything. It's not my redeem. So there's a lot of different curses. There's everything from, you know, the pirate one, uwu. There's the werewolf one where you have to say, what is it? Grr, kitten, and stuff like that. There's a movie review one where you have to end every sentence with reviewing what you just stated. There's the R, kitten. There's the Matt Pat one where you have to end every sentence with, but that's just a theory. A game theory. There's the one where you go on a break and you start... we haven't actually gotten that one, but there's one where you start every sentence with be right back. Holy shit. Shinjuk, you're going crazy. Shinjuk, he's never gonna come back. There's a permanent curse. Shirami Timp is your mom. We have one where you get teleported back to 2007 and you have to end every message with XD. I don't even know how long that curse is gonna be. But there's a lot of curses. There's also one where you become a worm. And you have to yeah, XD, exactly. And you have to end every sentence with a bird. There's a lot of okay, Shinjuk, you have to. He's gonna be cursed literally for the rest of the stream. Of course, if your curse disappears, it also says. I think yours probably said. Oh yeah, a magical force seems to have lifted your curse. Yeah, there's a frog one as well where you have to say rip it every time. There's a lot of curses, and I add ones every other time, and we have a few other ideas as well for stuff as well. And then there's the sound effects, the sound redeem, where you put in a random number and it plays a sound. If you're not familiar with that either, I think we played a few of them already, but there's a lot of sounds. Feel free to test any number you want. It's super cheap. Just go crazy. Let me try a few more.
500.
You can spam them as well. So if everyone puts the same number all at once, you can absolutely go crazy. You can overlap them infinitely. Yes.
Why so serious?
Yeah, everyone could do 2016, and it was or 1953, and it would create an absolute chaos of sound effects like this.
Well, it's Rick and Morty time.
And
Well, it's Rick and
every once in a
Morty
while, I add
time.
new sound effects, and I found a way to talk. Sure, Roger, why not? Every once in a while, I add new sound effects, and people have this other redeem called the Sound Redeem Hint, and they can redeem that, and it will give them a hint for one that they haven't found. And people have started getting together. I know Cow has Cow started a Google Docs for the like hints and stuff, and trying to figure out what numbers they fit together on. She has been going crazy on that, and every time someone gets a hint and it's new, she wants to know. I think she was here earlier, but I assume she probably went to bed. Oh, there goes my curse. I'm no longer freezing. I have also thought about the curses thing. Eventually, I'll probably allow people to curse me. You can already do it.
500.
But I think eventually I'll probably allow people to curse me, and then I have to do it vocally. So I go like, if I'm reading something, like I'm playing a visual novel right now, every sentence I read, I have to go like, brr, or whatever other curse I get. I have to end every sentence with, a bird. And then if I don't, we'll see what happens. Yeah, those are my. You're free to do that right now. I think if I need to do that, I need to be in the mindset of doing that. Yeah. What's your idea for a curse? I love hearing ideas. I can actually add them right away. You know what? That's not a bad idea. I will add that right away. Let's add that right away. Let's see. What would it call it? That's the main thing I struggle with, is naming them and writing the little messages for them. Oh, there goes there goes someone where they clearly state that they're not cursed. That would be funny too. Curse of Cafabe. End every message with Pecco. Yeah, there's a lot of good ideas for funny curses. I was just thinking ending every message with Desu would be pretty funny as well. To the 2008 curse. Or is it more like 2006? The 2chan curse? R. Oh, immediately curse someone. Are you even at your keyboard anymore? Can you explain the event so far? Okay, yes. So I have not even talked about the game that we're playing, but allow me to introduce you guys to the game that we're playing. We're currently playing a visual novel. The visual novel in question is called Sekimeiya Spun Glass. It is a very it's a mystery game, in the sense that it's very heavy on all things mystery. And basically, so story up until now, and if at any point you're confused, don't worry, it is a very confusing plot. Me and this girl that we're seeing here, me the main character, this girl, we went to an exhibition. Oh, welcome Pump, welcome in. Pump is cow asleep. Allow me to add your image to the screen. Mr. Aerobatics, another one. I will add this to the screen. I have no idea who either of these people are. Me and Cow are playing Peak. All right, I was just telling Oya about because I think Cow has a document for the sound redeem, right? I was telling Oya about that. I know that guy, your mom. Thank you. Where's OBS at? So basically, what has happened is that we went to see an exhibition in a Minecraft building. And I'm not even kidding. It was just a giant square that looks exactly like you would imagine like some sort of Minecraft building. And we got in and we went to see the the Minecraft building explanation again. We went in to see the exhibition, which is the Sekimeiya, and just as we were about to see it, we got attacked by this smoke, which basically knocked us out, knocked us off our feet, and when we woke up, an alarm had been heard that had locked down the entire building for 12 hours, including outside communication, so we cannot in any way communicate with the outside. This was done to catch thieves, I guess. But it also means that now we're stuck in here for 12 hours. So we meet some other people who are also now stuck in here. And those people include, other than me, called Atsuki, and that girl called Shiroya, we meet a woman called Erina, who has a daughter called Ayla. We meet a guy called Sai. We meet another guy who's the security guard of this place called Katai. And then we meet, sort of, a woman named Naomi. I say sort of because we meet Naomi because she's the tour guide, I guess. The exhibition guide. However, when we wake up, she's nowhere to be found. So we decide, obviously, let's all look around for her, because if she got knocked out, which we're pretty sure she did, because we were all in the same room and we all got knocked out. If she got knocked out, she will have to be in the building as well, because the building is closed down, you can't leave. So we go look for her, and we end up finding her, or I didn't, but the other people did. Sai... Oh, I forgot there's one other guy called Akuro as well. He was in our group, because you go in groups of 3. We don't know who he is, but he was in our group. And they find... Welcome, Boopy Doopy. They find... Where are you from? I am... I am from... So, there's 2 places people attribute my accent to. So one is the... I have a slight British part to it, I've heard. People say that it sounds slightly British. Most people, if they don't know where I'm from, they automatically assume British. And then the second one, which if you are told, if you're either British, not Swedish, if you're British, or if you know I'm not British, then the second one is Danish, which is where I'm from. That you hear a slight Danish tint to it. Whether that's true or not, I guess it's not Swedish. I am from America. Okay, so we end up finding Naomi, which is actually Katai who ends up finding Naomi. And Katai and I am Danish. Katai and Naomi go down to the crystal floor, which is the so-called first floor. ignore this over here for now. Just think of everything else but this bit right here. They go down to the first floor, and Katai comes up alone. When we go down to the first floor to find Naomi again, after Katai talked to him, or talked to her, we find her dead in B4. She is brutally murdered, blood everywhere. And upon finding her, that's when things start getting weird. Because shortly after finding her, we find the Sekimeiya, which in all this time has just moved around constantly, basically. It's just like constantly switched places, and we don't understand why. But now, we find it in here, and of course, we need to bring it back. So we touch it, and as we do, we're teleported out here. At first we run in, and everyone's gone. The corpse is still there, but everyone else is gone. And that's basically the start of where things start getting weird. Because now we start running around, trying to figure out why it teleported us. As it turns out, the Sekimeiya might have some sort of teleportation properties. It warms up when it's not in the cold. And if it warms up enough, it will teleport you, depending on how warm it is, it will teleport you an amount of minutes into the past. And also to a location that is currently assumingly random. Welcome, dying. And indeed, Mike Hunt. It used to be my name, but I got permanently banned by Twitch for that name. So we switch to Michael. And now we found, not long after, we found a second Naomi, also dead, in the bathroom. And then we found Isla, which is the daughter of a girl called Erina. We found her dead as well. So there's a lot of mysteries going on. You know, there's a lot of rooms that are very confusing. So now we found, other than that, you're not missing much, to be honest. Kamala Harris, Border. I do remember a person named Kamala Harris, Border Shazar. I can't believe I had my account. This is the same account, actually. It's the same account. But I had my account since 2013 to, it must have been 2021, no, 2022, 2023 or something like that. And then I got permanently banned by accident. Basically, they said I got permanently banned for, yeah, I was most likely reported on CV's channel, and I got permanently banned for doxing someone with my name. So apparently there was a guy out there named Mike Hunt that I was doxing. So I got permanently banned, and then I obviously appealed it, and it took a week for them to reply, and then they finally saw it, and they were like, oh, you were not supposed to be permanently banned, we're so sorry. However, we have now issued a name change for you. So I got permanently banned for no reason by someone who most likely reported me, and then I was forced into a name change. Mike Hunt's son? Holy shit. We would have done the same with name like John Souls. It would have been crazy. Yeah, it's wild. Also Arkitron Ultra. Welcome in. But yeah, so that's essentially what boils down this story so far. What you need to know is there's an object called the Sekimeiya. If you keep it out of the cold for an extended period of time, it heats up. And if you touch it when it's heated up, it will teleport you to the past, depending on how long it's been heated up, and to a location that we are currently not sure how to associate with the time. And also it can teleport multiple people. And that's basically it. We're currently looking for someone, and while we're looking for them, we ended up finding this very mysterious extra room. Called Wiener Tit. Goona Gooch. Free the Nip Nup. I do remember. Alright. So we found this door. Random door. It located somehow next to the storeroom, which is the worst storeroom ever. Yeah, that's where we are. That's what you've missed. So basically nothing. 3 people dead. Weird egg that teleports people. Yeah, I think there's a lot of confusing plot. The plot is very confusing so far, and every time I have to explain the plot, it doesn't get any more. It doesn't make any more sense. 3 but 2. 3 people have died, but in theory it's only 2 unique people, but 3 total deaths. It's like, it's hour 3, is it? It is hour 3, right? It's like 12. I guess it's probably more like 1 now or something. Because we did sleep, didn't we? We took a long old sleep for some reason. It's just randomly decided to take a quick nap. And then someone died while we took a nap. I think there should be a handle here. When you remove a handle with a keyhole from a door, you're left with these holes. I think the small one is where the keyhole would be, and the bigger one is what connects the handle with the turning mechanism. This means that this door can usually be unlocked with a key, but without the handle we won't be able to open it even if we find the right one. Stephen Colbert? Yes, that is. Over here. Here, right? Am I right? To the right of my mouse cursor. That is him. That is a pin. People can pin. That's him on the bottom right. Yeah, that's him down here. Tom Cruise. People can pin things to my screen as well. And it is a relatively... all my things are pretty cheap. I think the only one that isn't cheap is Curse, but that's going to get cheap as well. And even though it's not cheap, I currently refund it. I refund everything. The only thing I don't refund is the... Wait. The only one I don't refund is... There's one I don't refund, but it's one of the cheap ones. I think it's the 1. I think that's the only one I don't refund. But that costs 1 channel point. I'm sure people can afford that. But all other ones I refund. Even the hint one for 27,000, I refund that as well. I refund everything. Well, except for the curse one will eventually not refund. But it will be cheaper. I guess someone could have unscrewed it on purpose to make sure it's never unlocked again. Yeah, I have no idea what's through here, but we can't find out. It looks like a sturdy enough door, so it won't open without both the handle and the key. I tried a few more times, but it didn't bulge at all. Hey! Uh-oh. What the hell is going on? A sudden voice startled us, and we turned around instantly. Kitai's silhouette was behind us, the single light only hitting his back. Found this hidden section behind the wall. Where does this door lead to? You must be screwing with me. A hidden section. There's no way. You're seeing it right now. Did you not know about it? No, I did not know about it. What is it? This guy is so this guy is one of the most suspicious people in this whole thing. Him and a guy named Sai are two highly suspicious fellas that we've had to deal with. This guy's especially suspicious because every time he disappears, every time he leaves somewhere, every time he like decides he needs to go somewhere. Also, I don't know what that sound. What the hell? Every time he decides to go somewhere, something that shouldn't happen happens. Now the chances are, it's someone else, you know, putting the blame on him. But all I can say is every time he's left and then come back, something has happened. So there's a good chance that this guy is something of a strange fella. Something of a suspicious fella. He could also be not suspicious. Oh, look at this. Good find, Itsuki. From behind Katai, another silhouette appeared. Without a doubt, the voice belonged to Sai. Shiroya found it, actually. Oh, you finally did something. Good job. Oh, Shinjak no longer cursed. Now just to wait like 2 hours for Roger to not be cursed anymore. Sai's condescending attitude had already resurfaced. He skittered over to us and began to examine the door. 2 more figures peeked in from the entrance. As they stepped in, the light revealed they were the last 2 remaining people, Akuro and Erina. So these 2 are the most suspicious people right now. I'm going to search for you. Did you take this chance to sneak into your hideout? We actually found it while we were searching for you. So you tell us, where did you go? The bathrooms here were empty. I think the stream will be over by then. You're all always in a rush as soon as I go somewhere. I just went to the floor 2 bathroom since Naomi's still in the one downstairs. Wait, what? No, you didn't. I was there and you definitely didn't come. Alright, let's settle this quickly. Katai is lying, I was up there and he never showed up. Another image. Allow me to add it. Holy shit. Allow me to add the septic tank image as well. Up by the skating black rooster. I was up there and he never showed up. I bet he already told you he'd gone upstairs, right? Now, since I revealed I was there, he couldn't back out of his lie, so he chose to accuse me. That's Katai for you. It's getting old. You guys can choose to believe him if you want, but he's only manipulating you. Katai, we found a hidden passage, so stop trying to always be the center of attention. Let's cut to the chase. Did you leave the bathroom's door open or closed? Closed. I always close doors behind me when I leave an empty room. Unfortunately, he's right. I close the doors, so take him up on the offer and believe me. Now look at this. Someone removed the keyhole from this door to prevent us from opening it. Not only that, but the inner mechanism was broken too. This won't allow for a new handle to be inserted. Whoever the culprit is, they're likely to still be somewhere, so they might be behind this door right now, which is how they keep avoiding us. He is a little nonchalant about this. He seems to know a lot about this. Another image to add to the screen. Allow me to add this. It's a good image. The top half of the old Ember model. If you wanted the new Ember model, you could just ask for it. I could just added that. I'll have her peeking up from down here. Right between them. Like so. Another image, allow me to add it. Alright, I shall add this image. Oh, what the hell? Please allow me to control the image. There you go. Fucking Ember at the bottom. Oh, she needs to go a little bit more to the left. Like so. Right between them. There we go. Oh, another one. What the hell, Roger? Alright, I shall add the image of Ember, but squished into some sort of creature. Right next to the other Ember. Like so. There we go. Another image. I shall add it. Oppenheimer. I shall put this image over here. There you go. Could I be smart for once and tell us where this goes? You heard me earlier. I was unaware of this hidden area entirely. You're awful at your job then. She must have constructed this for a reason. It is impossible you weren't aware of it. Do you guys not think it might lead to the left side of the tower? You mean outside? Yes.
I think that I'm
Oh,
Tom Cruise.
You fucking jump scared me. The sound effects. Yes, this entire corridor now stretches farther than the crystal rooms. I think it might extend far enough to reach outside. That's some hope you're giving us. Katai didn't know about this door, so if it leads outside, the alarm shouldn't have blocked it. That's right. I can assure you that the alarm did not do anything to this door. Someone did, though. The keyhole was removed. Probably to prevent us from unlocking it with the key. Isn't that implying that one of us has it? Otherwise the lock would be enough of a barrier. Well, nothing around here looks modern. If this door is old, the chances of picking the lock are high. Maybe it was done to prevent that.
You cannot use the double gulp cup for the fucking Slurpee.
True, yeah. How did you spot the hidden opening, Shiroya? I saw some light reflecting off one of the tiles. Someone's fingerprints had removed some dust in the corner of the wall that ended up being the way to open it. Listen then. This was recent. If the door leads outside, the culprit might actually have escaped with the handle. This building is situated at the outskirts of the town, so the sides and back are never seen by anyone and are empty grassy fields. I'll refund everyone. I'm sure the police are keeping watch outside, but probably only at the front, where the entrance and windows are. They shouldn't be aware of this door either, so escaping unseen is certainly doable. There's no way this leads out of the building. I've never seen the outline of a door from the outside, and there's no light coming from behind the door. It's absolutely impossible this kind of way out exists. Where's the what's 9 plus 10 sound? I don't know. I haven't put that yet. If I'm putting that, maybe it comes later. Maybe it's on 21. Have you tried that? Have you tried 21? Is there a list of sounds? There's not. Well, play sound I have. I specifically, I also mentioned this before. I don't want to do that personally. I have one myself, obviously, because I need a list of sounds. But I don't want to make one that's like available for people, because I think it's more fun that people make that together and then, you know, solve the hints together that I make and stuff like that, and they have to find the numbers together, and they have to like, oh, someone found a sound. Someone found a sound, and they have to like, oh, wait, that's a new sound, I don't remember that. Or someone, like, I have like a small stream, and someone just randomly finds a sound there, and then other people don't realize that sound has been found and stuff like that. That's the sort of purpose that the sounds are supposed to be. No, don't worry. I determine the foundness of a sound based on how widely found people would have found it. So, for example, there was one time. I'm just gonna say this now. Yes. I'll play it for you. This one. There was one time.
7,000 fucking pigeons. Eat this man.
There's one time I was playing World of Warcraft, and Casanova Cumlord, went through a lot of sounds. And he found a sound that people that at the time no one had found, and I think actually people still haven't found. And the reason why I decided that people haven't found it was because he was literally the only one there. He was literally the only person there. So I was waiting. If it was like a sound that, you know, I would consider found, he would play it again while there are people here, and then I would consider it found. But if no one else reacted to the sound being found, if no one else literally reacted to it, I didn't want to count it as a found sound. So that's when I determine if a sound is like found or not. So in this case, I did determine when Royal found the 777 sound, I did determine it as found because a lot of people heard that, and a lot of people, heard the sound. But otherwise, if it was like literally just Royal and no one else were here and no one had found the sound, then I would have probably not considered it found either. Just to give people an extra chance. Another image. It's an anime girl kissing a cat. Yeah, feel free to go absolutely crazy and spam the chat with sounds. I am used to that. Whether they're real or not, you are absolutely free to go absolutely crazy. Where are you, Pepper? I will refund every so often. And if you need money and if you need channel points and I haven't refunded, just tell me and I will refund. The gaps aren't big enough to let light in, or the door is wider than it seems. Just think about it though. Why would this secret passage exist? If they had something to hide in it, they wouldn't have another locked door past it. They would just hide it in the secret passage itself. Otherwise, this door wouldn't be here or be locked. What do you mean I never refund? I literally refund everything for everyone. I couldn't possibly not refund for like a specific person. I click the reject all and refund. It immediately refunds for everyone. This passage is the secret itself. It's hidden because this door leads outside. If the middle wall didn't exist, the length of the room wouldn't reveal it. I think you're right. That's what this wall is hiding. So we're a single door away from making it out. Can we break it down? There's no way. Just look at it. Whoever removed the handle knew very well that we couldn't do that. Oh, hell yeah. I know this is bound to happen eventually, but do you realize what will occur if we manage to force it open? We'll reveal the Sekimeiya has time-traveling powers. What kind of consequences will that have? That was completely inconsiderate. Erina was still next to us, and she hadn't said anything in a very long time. Our priority had been to make it out as soon as possible, so that the police could understand what happened to Isla, even if it invalidated the recording. Don't get me wrong, I'm not worried, I'm just intrigued. How is it even remotely possible the Sekimeiya exists? How did it make it here without anyone finding out about its powers? These big picture questions are what I'm most lost about. I hit the door and the sound echoed heavily through the corridor. I repeated that a few times, trying to be as loud as I could and intending to be heard from the outside. Nobody will come. I refuse to believe this leads outside. I'm more inclined to think the culprit is currently behind the door listening. Culprit. Culprit is listening in. Is there nothing else we can do? Sliding anything through the gaps, for example. What, a letter? We're too far from the entrance to be heard. Doubt anyone is currently looking at this side. Regardless, these gaps are way too thin, probably to hide the door existence from the outside. It was incredibly frustrating. We'd finally discovered an exit that the alarm shouldn't have affected, but the culprit had made sure to finish the job. Was it just in case we found the moving wall, or was there a deeper reason? It's getting hard to see you, Mike. Soon you will be lost. It won't be long. Then I'm gone. I'll be hidden. That has happened multiple times already. Not with this model, because this model is a bit bigger. And also because it overlaps with the game, so it would most likely never actually happen. Roger, you were never cursed. Wait, did your curse actually end? Oh no, the name's spelled wrong. You spelled Roger wrong. I was for a second I actually thought that Roger's curse actually had ended. It's incredibly frustrating. We'd finally discovered an exit that the alarm shouldn't have affected, but the culprit had made sure to finish the job. Was it just in case we found a moving wall, or was there a deeper reason? And how did the culprit know about it, but not Katai? Why was it there in the first place? Not only did the door lock us inside, but also produced even more questions. Feeling defeated, we left what had become a narrow, dim corridor to return to the wider but still dark hallway A. I thought something was noteworthy, but even though a perfect hiding spot existed, Sekimeiya had never been hidden in it. Roger, Roger, colon. It's never gonna end, your mum, Simon says. You don't have to do the Simon says one, because that's not yours. Hope you know that. What do you mean, wait, what? Where do I put this? It was here. Right there. It mentioned me though. Well, it said colon, didn't it? Oh, it did mention you. No, that's because there's colon. Yeah, it thinks it's a colon. Because Harmu put a colon. I'm gonna put Roger, Roger, colon. That's why. Oh well. Now your curse has been extended. I thought something was noteworthy, even though a perfect hiding spot existed. The Sekimeiya had never been hidden in it. Why? Earlier it had been hidden in the storeroom. Therefore, the person who hid it was probably not aware of the movable wall. We'd ignored the little fight between Sai and Katai. There weren't many layers to it. One of them was lying, and it was nothing new, as they'd surely lied more than once already. The fact that one of them took advantage of the situation with Isla to act on their own, though, proved that they weren't to be taken lightly. In addition, one of them could easily have been responsible for the cold cabinet Shiroya and I have returned to normal. Play sound. That's a good one, Roger. That would actually, I might actually consider adding that as a sound. But now that you know, I won't add it until you've forgotten that there's a chance I might add it. So you won't remember. Image. I will add this image. Where can I add this image? I'm gonna add it up here. Right. No, maybe down here. Well, right here. I think you can still see the rooster. I thought I would get it. We'd ignored the little fight between Sai and Katai, but there weren't many layers to it. One of them was lying, and it was nothing new, as they'd surely lied more than once already. The fact that one of them took advantage of the situation with Isla to act on their own, though, proved that they weren't to be taken lightly. In addition, one of them could have easily been responsible for the cold cabinet Shiroya and I had returned to normal. Mechanically, we went to the event room. It didn't have anything... Mechanically, we went to the event room. It didn't have anything new to tell us, so Sekimeiya was still present behind the glass. So it hasn't moved. It's clear that either Sai or Katai didn't go to the bathroom earlier, so they were up to some other business. Good thought. Tell Katai, what exactly were you up to? What exactly were you doing that justified lying to us? It's time to put an end to this. Sai won't stop lying as much as he pleases, so we'll have to wait until the security footage reveals all of his actions. He really wants those security cameras to come back. You keep saying that, but do you really believe the footage will be salvaged, even though the cameras are recording? Is it really being saved somewhere? Of course, the computer isn't detecting the system, but as soon as that's solved, it'll have access to all the stored footage. Did you perhaps think that you'd be able to roam freely without consequences? No, but I have trouble swallowing that. The culprit made sure to cut our access to the system, but why would they do that if Ashia will come in and be able to look at what happened? That's not all they did, though. At the same time, our only method of communication was removed. I believe the reason behind that entire thing was to prevent us from conveying what's happening while we're still here. It's possible that whoever did it doesn't care about Ashia finding out. You try to make that sound interesting, but it's idiotic. They were able to power off the computer, but it turned back on minutes later. So why didn't they choose to keep it off forever? Most likely the reason they let us use it again was because they'd made sure that the recordings wouldn't be accessible. Additionally, it clearly told us that they could somehow disable our communication method. So, to be honest, even though the cameras are still functional, I find it hard to believe what's being recorded will ever be seen. There's no way the person responsible would be fine with being seen once we get out. But if we can't access the system, it's doubtful Ashia or the police will be able to. I feel like you're right about that. It would also explain why they keep putting themselves in front of the cameras. Now I understand I'm repeating myself, but why wouldn't you think that the security staff members among us would conveniently avoid it, giving us information, has lied multiple times and could have had knowledge of the secret passes, is most likely candidate to have orchestrated this. That's enough, Sai. Is that all you have to say? Of course, once the security cameras will prove that I'm right excuse runs out, you have no arguments to defend yourself with. It seemed the discussion between those two wouldn't cease until one was proven wrong definitively. I knew that Sai wasn't any less of a liar than Katai, but if that hadn't been the case, I would have quickly sided with him. Why don't we stop this and wait until we can leave? Surprisingly, it was Erina who tried to calm them down. Her voice came out like the winds rusting on dried leaves. Welcome, Ratty. Welcome in. That's easy to say. Katai will just take advantage of that again. No matter who's in the right, someone is guilty. Although we don't know who it is, can we lock ourselves up in one place so they can't move around freely? Is anyone opposed to that? Technically, only the culprit should have a problem with it. If that was what Erina wanted, I'd attempt to make it happen. She wanted to avoid any more tragedy and only intended to wait for external help. Locking ourselves up? Isn't that going a bit far? Why would it be? You'd agree if you were innocent, and if something happened while we're staying somewhere, it means that the culprit was never one of us. Could we even do that if we wanted to? I doubt it. We can lock the bathrooms, but they're not big enough for all of us. Are there no other place? What about the security room? Didn't Katai have a key for it? We won't be able to lock ourselves in there. From the inside, the lock can be undone with just the doorknob. What about the lobby? The hallway doors are locked until 9 AM, isn't that right? They aren't. Permission to move ahead is simply not granted until that time. They can be locked, but I don't have the keys. If we do this, we'll have to commit to it. Locking ourselves in a place with the key to unlock it doesn't prove anyone's sincerity, since they could leave any time they wanted. But that's all we could do if we manage to find the right keys. We won't be able to lock ourselves inside and leave the key out because the doors won't close if the deadbolt is set. Are you all forgetting about the attic bedrooms? We saw they had a keyhole, one that had a working chain, and they're spacious enough for all of us. Could they work? Wouldn't we run into the same problem? I turned around and after staring at the door for a short time, I spoke. I don't think so, actually. I can think of a difference that would let us lock ourselves up without being able to leave. The silence let me know that nobody would directly oppose me. I began to walk until I thought of a question to ask. Oh, does anyone have the cabinet key? If we're gonna stay put, let's make sure to lock the cabinet too, and keep the key with us. It's possible the person behind all this has a duplicate, but nothing actually proves that. Once again, nobody said anything. If not, it has to be where I left it, on top of that bed in the attic. Let's see if it's there then. We took the stairs up. The elevator had already been out of commission for a very long time, and it was better to keep it like that, as it had caused us a few headaches during the short time it worked. It's actually still here. Good. Surprisingly enough, the key hadn't been taken while everyone had a chance. Picked it up and glanced at the door. I messed with it a little. It appeared to be a double cylinder lock, meaning that to unlock it, the key would be needed from each side as opposed to the security room's lock. It's going to work. We won't have to lock it either. How? I went ahead and looked through the drawers I'd inspected earlier. First, I took out the key to the room. We'll have to leave this outside. Now, I'll explain how we can technically do this, but it's not exactly a smooth way. The second thing I took out of the drawer was a screwdriver. Admittedly, what I thought of had been inspired by the secret door we just found. Removing a handle is incredibly easy. We take it out, leave it outside, and close the door. Since we'll be unable to turn it, even though the door will be unlocked, we won't be able to open it. That's the big difference with this door. The handles on the crystal floors don't have visible screws to detach. Since the keyhole isn't on the handle itself, we would need to leave the key outside. Otherwise, we could still get the door open by inserting the key and turning it. Even though the lock wouldn't be set, it would act as a turn of a handle, and the door could be dragged open. On top of that, we can remove the outer handle as well, so that no one can easily get in. Finally, even though we'd hide the key outside, if someone found it and wanted to enter, they couldn't do it. They could find the key and open the door like I just described, but we can set the chain from the inside. If we do this, the door shouldn't be opened until the police enter the building. There's no way it'll be broken down. Nobody was sure what to say. Personally, I knew that it meant giving up on understanding the Sekimeiya's mechanics, but after what happened to Isla, it was clear that something terrible could come out of that. You must be joking. This is a sheer special place, and we're currently being recorded. Do you not understand what will happen if they see us ripping the handles apart? Honestly, who cares? It'll be easy to reattach them. We could do that right as the tower opens, but we'll unfortunately have to leave the handles out of the room, or else we could leave at any point. That reminds me, what time is it? It's been a while since I last checked the time. With a brief sigh indicating that he wasn't fond of my proposition, Sai turned his rich, and I looked at his watch and saw that the time displayed was 14:56. Holy shit. Almost 1500. I see. We're past the halfway point, so with all that's happened, let's spend the last 6 hours calmly until the police enter, and we can have a better understanding of what's going on. It was an easy way to finally test the recording. If nothing happened after we waited those last 6 hours, we would have to have a long discussion about it. This is what I wanted. Thank you. Erina's gratitude was the ultimate deciding factor. We'd lock ourselves away from the Sekimeiya, ensuring that its powers wouldn't influence our peaceful wait. Hopefully, we'd also be preventing the culprit's plan from moving along. I'd go lock the Sekimeiya cabinet myself, but we're trying to act together by doing this. Let's avoid separating from now and creating chances to prepare anything. Any objection? Sai and Katai rolled their eyes, but they kept quiet. If we were alone with both Sekimeiya locked in place as well, nobody could use them. Everyone looked uncertain, and Sai seemed depressed. He'd made it obvious that he was enjoying his time in the tower, and instead of having another 6 hours to play with the time travel device, it was already over. We entered the event room and saw that the Sekimeiya hadn't moved. I made sure the glass was properly adjusted, and I manually locked it. From that point on, only the key that I had could open it, so I possessed the key to both Sekimeiya. Regarding the locker key, I'd have to surreptitiously leave it somewhere in the bedroom after waiting a while. That way, anyone could have had it. Finally we went up again. We'd just gone through the staircase 18 times. So we were pretty exhausted. The idea of waiting calmly in a bedroom with 3 big beds started to sound slightly more pleasant. We're here for 6 hours, so it's the right time to use the bathroom. Once inside, we'll have no way to exit, so everyone made sure to prevent a future problem. All of us went to the bathroom one at a time. When we were all set, Sai spoke. Sure, if we're gonna do this, let's do it well. We're dealing with someone who's teleported and gone back in time before, so regardless of whether they're one of us or not, we need to keep that in mind. We need to make sure that the door is not open no matter what, but a single key can ruin that. He went to grab the bedroom key that I'd left on top of the drawers. Katai, are you sure the key in the other room, in the other bedroom won't work? I said it earlier, they're not interchangeable. Sai moved from one room to another and came back with a key for the neighboring bedroom. You're right, they're different. He attempted to insert the wrong key into the door's keyhole, but it only went halfway in. He went to return it and closed the door behind him. Once he came back to the hallway, Now there have been instances where we thought the Sekimeiya teleported. The first time was when it appeared in the storeroom, but recently it appeared inside the cabinet next to Ayla. Atsuki and Shiroya could have put it there, but they didn't. It might have moved by itself. That's not a random location either, so it was part of the culprit's plan. There's a chance they understand how to exploit this self-teleportation. It's more likely they moved it themselves, but keep in mind that if that's what happened, they had to travel from the future, because we inspected the whole building before that point. If we're gonna stay here until the end, that means that none of us will have the chance to go back in time and move the Sekimeiya. The 4 main possibilities are: the culprit isn't one of us and we kept missing them. The Sekimeiya teleported there randomly. The culprit made the Sekimeiya teleport there without touching it. One of us will go back to the past after spending 6 hours here. No matter which one is right, before we lock ourselves away, we need to thoroughly inspect this bedroom, both levels. If a Sekimeiya is already here, the imprisonment won't mean anything, as anyone could leave at any time after making sure nobody else is in range. A key would do the trick too, and we've seen that some kind of old replication has occurred. We found 2 identical suitcases and 2 Naomis. He didn't mention it, but even though I hadn't seen both at the time, 2 Sekimeiyas had to have existed too, at least at one point. Searching for an extra key to this bedroom might sound paranoid since nothing indicates it exists, but it's necessary. If we ignore these precautions, we're leaving a potential escape route to the culprit that can be used at any time. They have higher knowledge of the Sekimeiya than we do, so we have no guarantee that they cannot... Yeah, I agree. So we have no guarantee that they couldn't obtain a key that they would hide later, use it to escape, go back to the past, and preemptively hide a replicated key inside knowing that we'd lock ourselves in here. Yeah, our intention is to stay safe in here, so let's search beforehand. You're saying be safe, but at the same time you and Sai keep implying that one of us is behind all this. This person has already killed up to 3 times. So if what we're doing opposes their plan, wouldn't they just kill us instead of escaping in this convoluted way? I wouldn't say they have an easy time of it, but let's see. Hey Jackass, if you're actually here, we're gonna lock ourselves in this room for 6 hours. If you intend to kill us to continue with your plan at some point, hurry up and do it now before you need to deal with breaking the door down. Nobody moved, but it was clear that we all had our guard up. If someone was around and didn't care about killing us, if they had to, the right call would likely be to start after we were locked inside so that nobody could run away. It's not like anyone has really spoken up against this plan, right? It might even be that by staying here, we're not inconveniencing some mastermind. In any case, it's undeniably safer than continuing to roam around. That seemed to assuage Akaro's worries. The 6 of us went to the upper section of the bedroom to inspect it. I used that time to try to prevent something really bad from happening, as Sai's insistence made me realize that something else was to come. The space was so small, so we shortly determined there was no keys anywhere. Repeated the process below, and once again it seemed nothing had been preemptively hidden, revealing that nobody had already attempted to outsmart us. We're ready then. And guys, with those words, we're going to end it. Ending it at we're ready then. Up to 14 hours of playtime. That means we've got about 26 hours left. Well, I guess 25, right? Less of a cliffhanger. Well, I don't know if I would say that's less of a cliffhanger. I guess it's not. And I saw the guy. But I was hoping for a cliffhanger a bit sooner than that, and it didn't give us one. But I already know who we're raiding. I already know where we're headed, and maybe you do too, because we are raiding a certain rat called Ember. Of course, why not? Why wouldn't we raid her? Am I right? Alright guys, thank you all for dropping by for more of this game. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for chilling, talking, spending time. I'll probably play this again. Maybe tomorrow. Actually, tomorrow's Silksong release, isn't it? So maybe not tomorrow. We'll see. There's plenty opportunities, plenty chance. We'll never know what happens. I am probably not playing Silksong because CV is playing Silksong, so I'll probably watch her. And Ember is playing Silksong, so I'll probably watch her. So I'm most likely not playing Silksong. But if you are playing Silksong, then I hope it's good. And if you're not playing Silksong, then I hope you'll watch someone who's good at playing Silksong, such as the person we're about to raid. Thank you all guys for dropping by, and I will see you guys next time. Bye bye.